Okay. So, I think this should be working. Music. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not talking yet. I'm not talking yet. I'm just trying to make sure I got all my settings going. Let's see. Desktop audio. Oh, I see. I see what my D issue be. Because I do have that. Not display capture, but audio capture. Howdy, howdy! How we doing? I promise I'm doing my best to get this set up, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Because this one doesn't. So what if I told you I had my microphone muted this whole time? I was trying to figure out where everything was. I promise, I kind of know tech sometimes. Sometimes. Yeah. If everything's sounding good, guys, appreciate if you give me a confirmation to chat there. We'll be streaming here in a bit. Yeah, we have an exciting tournament today, though. Circuit finals. It's been a moment. You heard me before, though? Oh, I bet I know. Oh, you can hear me the whole time? Oh, it's because I have two audio inputs, that's why. One audio input had it muted, the other one had it on. I see now. Got two microphone jets. Okay, like I said, I'm kind of tech literate. I do more data than I do tech, though. We're getting there. Yeah, circuit finals today. Yeah, we got our circuit finals today. Yeah, people that had their invites earned over the course of the second circuit series. I know I kind of had a gap between the first half and latter half. Time commitment was a little hard to get all set up properly. But I had some help from some fantastic people in the community here that kind of kept the whole circuit running towards the end. Yeah, that's why we have these like few minutes before the streams just to make sure everything else is looking good. Hit the gritty, I don't know what that means. I don't play Fortnite. Okay, let's make sure I get my timestamps. Yeah, try and get all my stuff to show off for today's stream. I'm trying to make sure it's all running as smooth as possible, but we're going to be having Science Tournament. Got some strong players here today. We're going to be showcasing some different decks. I can't see the decks until the tournament starts, but I believe we're going to have a good diverse pool. But yeah, for anyone doing the chat, welcome. I will have my camera on for the tournament itself, so don't sweat about it at all. You get to see my beautiful face. But more importantly, I have some wonderful company with y'all in the chat. Got some awesome gamers here. And I'll be honest, BT13 is a super awesome format for like just competitive stuff. Because I think our tier list is pretty diverse. Like, we have 3 solid decks in tier 1 at least, and then we have lots of tier 2 decks that can contend like very consistently. Yeah, for anyone chilling here in the chat, out of curiosity, what's y'all's favorite part of BT13? Are we excited about the diversity? Are we happy with the decks that are doing well? Or is it feeling a little stale? Because I know this is a long format before we get like our new set release. Yeah, there's a lot of different decks. Like, I think Royal Knights is super fun. There's like, I'd say there's 3 different ways you play Royal Knights. You got traditional, you got Jesmon GX, and you have the more security-oriented build. That's just covering one deck that's like a solid tier 2 deck, maybe borderline tier 1, but I think it's more tier 2 at the moment. It just doesn't have results showing for itself. Because I know there's a good number of people from my testing group that got results and got their what was invites. You're comfortable playing Gallant? Yeah, because Gallant's always been that deck that's like on the borderline of like being super like playable under strict Grand. You know, I have no issues with like OTKs if there's like solid interaction. I think the ace cards are going to give a lot better interaction right now. So we'll see how BT 14-15 shapes up here in the US and in Japan. Because the Pockly stuff looks really neat. Okay. I'll be right back, chat. I want to chat with my players before we get started today.
I'm good. All right.
Good.
Oh. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Nope.
No questions, no concerns.
No,
All right.
sir. Good luck, everyone. Good luck.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out the audio stuff entirely still, but we have round one pairings up. I'm going to go ahead and see what we have at our different tables. But is there a deck that we're all excited to see today? So I'll do my best to find some interesting decks. I think this might be the stream table here. We actually have quite a few interesting decks. Definitely a lot of things I wasn't expecting to see here. Let's see. Okay, well let's go ahead and hop onto this table over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and turn on our webcam locals. Hey guys, you can see my face now. Now let me go ahead and select the table. And we're back to this issue. I'm not quite sure why this pops up like this. There we go. We can see the screen all right. I told the players they're good to start whenever the round starts, or when they get to the table with their opponent. Yeah. pull up my mobile device here to make sure it's all looking good for y'all. But I will say, with the inclusion of mulligans, definitely has made things a lot more consistent and more enjoyable in the competitive scene. Okay, there's more. But yeah, so the winner of today's circuit is not only going to be getting playmats, they're also going to be getting a custom egg design. Oh, you think he's addicted to Catan now too? Yeah. We see that EX1 Vmon and Raisendo on top from Sean, going into that Vidramon. But as I was saying, like, first place gets the choice of a custom design. So, like, for example here, I have my custom Impmon sleeve here. My artist will be doing a commission for whoever wins. I also have my Alphamon sleeve here as well. And I've done Gabumons before. Gabumon's like the channel mascot. For me, at least. But we see a Gaussmon and a Vidramon going into that Greymon. Now we're going to grab some cards here. Now, what do I expect for this matchup? I'm not quite sure what's going to win on paper here. But it should be a very fun one to watch, I feel. And what if I told you that someone actually brought chess? Would that surprise y'all? Making sure I don't have any pings here. Okay. Yeah, sleeves. I'm trying to get a lot of different designs to appeal to more people. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw red hybrid sleeves, blue flare sleeves. I've talked to a lot of different people what they would want to see, just to get a general idea. And I'll be helping them through like the whole commission process of what I do with my artists and how we can kind of create a design that we have in mind. If it plays King Crier, then no. Are you referring to chess deck? About Keenan? I'm not quite sure what that would be a reference to there. Just debating if we want that Mailbird, but it looks like we're going to be bot decking and keeping the second Blazing Memory boost. We haven't hit a Tamer yet, which definitely makes things a little awkward here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because I know like the whole plays force your opponent to pass turn combo is really popular. Just with Keenan's fiery thing. It is cool, it is cool. We're going to see Vmon search here, top 3. Got that blue Tamer. And we're going to be grabbing, I believe it's like a Gold Vidramon, I think is his name. One of the cards that came out when I was taking a break from Digimon. But yeah, same blue flare, not set up with Tamer's a little rough to start out with. But getting the Gaussmon value is going to be really strong for consistency, but I'm curious what we're going to see come out here. We saw the gold armor, we saw the Sojo being a really high value card, especially in the Royal Knight matchup where you can farm a little bit extra memory, or it gives you an answer for Machine Dramon if that's a rough matchup. We're going to see that gold Vidra. Go ahead and pop that Gauss, letting you play a level 4 lower blue flare for free. Yep, double checking our memory. Struggled here, but we'll see that Greymon do a little bit more tutoring. And we finally found a few dual Tamers here. Not quite what you want to see off of this play, but if you have the Mailbird, you can play out the Tamer for free. Yeah, I believe that's what the old Mailbird does. But we're just going to bot deck those Tamers because we have another Blazing in hand. I think we're going to be a little greedy here on what we want to see. Now, a question for anyone here in chat. What do you all think about the new Event Pack 5? New Event Pack 5 is the one with, I would argue, probably the most playable, like, competitive cards. And not to mention that regional pack that pairs with them in the next series is amazing as well. Like, I'm under the impression that it is a great direction. Yeah, we don't have a tamer to save for anything, so it's going to be a little scary to swing that Greymon, but if we have another one, it could be okay. Yeah, we checked that pre-release winner Arrow V there. Crack the Memboost, and then play another Blazing? No, we're going to cross straight into the Metal Gray, stripping 2 sources. Yeah, it's probably the best pack we've had in a moment. Yeah, so the Greymon will give a restand, the Mailbird, that one gives jamming. Now we get to pick 2 sources to trash underneath one of the Digimon here. So if you strip from the one on the left, it's going to make them valid targets for the old Metal Gray. But we're going to swing jamming and we're going to restand from the Greymon Inherit since there's 2 or more Digimon in play. First check is the Rena. A free tamer is a good tamer. Not to mention it's a beautiful alt art there. But yeah, the alt arts is what really sells the regional pack to me. Like the alt art Wargray, the alt art Siriusmon, all like everything just looks so good in that pack. Okay. I'm just making sure I keep an eye on the judge chat in case I get pinged or asked about something. But it's kind of an awkward spot here because we don't have that memory boost and not memory boost, the tamer, but now we're going to play the memory boost to try to fish out a tamer. But we bot decked 2 dual tamers, but we did find a third one here. So that one's going to be played out. And then we're probably grabbing the Metal Gray, if I had to guess, along with one of the pieces here. Well, piece, or even the level 5, the other dude, the Decker, I think it's what his name is. Or Cyber Launcher, I'm trying to recall which one's which. But 5 memory is quite a bit to work with here. And we might see a scary top end coming out. Because we do have Armor Purge, so we could see quite a bit of damage as well. But yeah, Dual Tamer is in play now, so we do have a place to save our sources. We're going to get that free search from the arrow. Zora gets bot decked, Tamer's in the hand. Then we're going to see the Old Force coming out here. And we say goodbye to those sources there. And 2 arenas online for Old Force does make it pretty scary because we can see a lot pop out here now. And we do get our Wanya draw. Yep, I'm just explaining all our effects here for what's going to be happening. And the first check here is a Kumamon. Card you don't see too often in Blue Flare decks, but it is a great way to use your tamers as a finisher. And we do find another dual tamer. But we do have 4 memories, so there's a lot we can do here still. Like, even if we have double hybrid, like, it can just cheese out, or not cheese out game, but it can take the game still. But I do think it could be a little scary if Blue Flare gets another turn here. We can see it come back, we can see the board get frozen across. I don't think we can see an OTK. Well, actually, we might be able to. There's not that much security left. Especially if you get starter Greymon. Because there are 2 Digimon on the field. We do see that Arrow Vidramon for 3. Yep. the security check is a Solar Eye. This card might be the reason that it is not game here, because it will give that aura saying you have to have a source to attack, basically. Funny enough, I was actually doing some test games the other day, and the reason I won is because I had X antibody to put underneath one of my Digimon that had those sources to swing. It was a fun combo there, just because it's not something that says you just can't attack like the Metal Gray. It is just a little aura that you have to play around. But seeing that Ice Wall come out will basically give a little bit more survivability for Blue Flare, or not Blue Flare, for the Old Force player. And then the last check here is a Metal Greymon. So there is no security left. We do see a lot of Tamers, we see an Old Force, and we have a Vmon and Raising. If it wasn't for Vmon and Raising, I would say this looks really scary. But I think we're in a pretty fair spot for a game to be in contention. But first thing we see is that Gauss one raised out. Starting main phase, both of the dual Tamers will proc, giving memory. And we do have the Ice Wall there to just remind the opponent that every swing will cost you 2 memory. So now it's really hard, like, do you decide it's better to swing with the Gauss to try to get extra value? Do you have a way to get lethal? I think the only lethal potential comes from crossing with the starter Greymon here. But I will say, we have a very diverse pool for decks today. I think the most popular one we will see is Blue Flare. But overall, I think it's really cool to see different decks doing well. And we're trying to think out our place here, what Ice Wall is going to do impact-wise. With only 2 security, there is potential for games to be grabbed here, like I was saying, but it's going to be rough. Because you have to see very precise line of cards. I don't think we have it here. We bot decked 1 starter gray earlier. And you can cross with a piece from trash thanks to the dual tamer, if I recall correctly, as well, which might give some flexibility. I'm pretty sure it has to be a Blue Flare card you're using. So we are crossing into Metal Gray. We got the Greymon from trash, Mailbird from hand. So the Old Force will be stunned. And we will see the Blazing be cracked, going up to 3 memory. And we're going to be using it right away to go into Cyber Launcher, tucking the Zeeg to get a blocker here. A blocker with Armor Purge at that as well. And the Sojos will provide value for anything sourceless for extra memory. So it's still a very close game. Players are playing to the best of their defensive capabilities here. Now it's just really trying to set up, like, what's best long term for this game to not only ensure this next turn's going to be strong, but we're going to get a bigger blocker is what it looks like. I don't believe he has Armor Purge on Zeke himself, but bigger DP makes it a little harder to attempt to swing through. Ice Wall's no longer in effect. There's not a sourceless Digimon on side here. But Old Force does restand. Yep. And yeah, we're just going on to our next game. Ulforce is one of those cards people don't see too often, so we don't know how to play around it. Or we don't respect it enough when we do see it, I should say. The players are setting up for next game here. Let's go ahead and grab a quick snapshot. How are we doing in our other games? And it looks like we haven't finished any of our other games yet. This is the first one being completed for the series. In round one, I should say. But for anyone here in the chat, what do you think will take today's tournament? Audio feels light. You can barely hear me. Are we talking about mic audio or are we talking music audio? Because I can fix that. I promise, I kind of know what I'm doing some way. Sometimes. Microphone audio up. How's this sound? Does this sound better? Yeah, I'm restricted to one monitor as my current setup, so it's a little hard to pivot back and forth between the two. I can also kind of scoot in a little closer to my computer here. See my face a little bit larger. Microphone audio. I can also try talking a little bit more directly. That would probably help a lot too. Yeah, welcome. Nice seeing you here in chat, Panda. I always love seeing you around. I hope things are going well. I saw you've been doing a lot content-wise. Absolutely love seeing it. Yeah, a little better. Okay. Yeah, get a little shy, I guess, too, on camera. It's been a moment since I've had a live audience, you know? But it's definitely something I want to push and continue doing a bit more. Yeah, my phone is my second monitor right now, so like I'm using this to try watching chat, try watching Discord. But we are going on to our next game here. I imagine we'll probably see Blue Flare wanting to go first, as getting turn 1 Members is a very strong play, and it often sets up what you need in the early game with the high value play of Blazing Memory Boost. Rookie is for extra value, but we're just starting out with a Greymon again. We're not seeing the best starting hands for Blue Flare here. We got Gauss, Kuma, Gauss, and Mailbird, and we are taking the Mailbird and the Gauss. Passing it over to Sean here. But we're not looking much better. We're also starting with a search as well. But we are grabbing our top end Ulforce here. And we're missing a rookie, if I would have to guess here. Seeing Memory Boost's consistency, you'll see in a lot of decks, and soon we'll have the Training Boosts. The Training Boosts all being fantastic ways to accelerate any deck's game plan. But we're going to play a Tamer and choke our opponent at 1. We know they got that rookie in raising thanks to the Greymon search. But playing decks that are Tamer heavy, that don't refill, makes things a little awkward. But we are going to see that Korea come down, and we see a rookie, and we are both gaming now. 2 Tamers and a rookie in raising versus a level 4 rookie in raising and fixer. We'll be able to see both players see their game plans a little bit more efficiently now, though. So that's what we like to see. We like to see games rather than non-games. Pull up our chat here. Okay. Yeah, level 5 in raising. Gauss and Greymon on field with a Kuriha, so we're going to get draws from Wanyas. We're going to be able to save. And our first check here, often not, will probably kill this Gauss. There is a higher Tamer count, though, so there was a chance it wouldn't die. But we're going to go ahead and be playing out a free body. It's going to be a Mailbird. Mailbird will get its on play, but looks like no value to be gained there because we have the Korea in play. We're going to be saving the Greymon. And any of the metal grays will be able to cross for 3 memory here. But I don't know if we have that. Because honestly, this is a place where I would probably be comfortable with a Blazing Boost if I was a Blue Flare. To set up for next turn, make sure I have more cards in hand, and have 2 extra memory. But we're probably going to see a tower rather than multiple bodies out. I will say it's been a hot moment since I've seen Ulforce played, even at the local level. We have maybe 1 or 2 players that really enjoy the deck, but it does typically struggle to keep up with a lot of the meta decks. But with a good pilot, I think any deck is very capable of being played. But we're digivolving into Mellow Greymon here. Something I was not ready to see. He does have material save, so he will be able to save Source still. But just choking the opponent at 1 is the better play here than anything else. People forget it does have an evolution box. It doesn't get any other effects, but we got that evolution box. Yep. We are suspending our V Tamer tie because this is a V Drummond. And you can still swing over it. You can still get your draw. But yep, we are going over, saving the materials. And we will go into Ulforce for 4. Getting that Sojo out and re-standing. But now we're in a spot where even though we gave him 1 memory, we're getting fixed to 3 anyways. So it comes down to what's going to be our next play. Are we going to be stripping sources? And we will with that Sorai, stripping the top 4 from the Ulforce. And that means he will not be able to attack without a source. Giving Blue Flare another turn to kind of get the pieces they need, play defensively, and respect Ulforce ultimately. We're going to see EX1 Vmon in or raising. When you restand, you'll gain a memory during the main phase. So I'm trying to think, is there a way we can potentially see lethal coming out from either side this next turn? I don't think there is. Even with like high rolls, Melogray X, Z Greymon, so like it's going to cost memories, and I don't think we have enough to do any of them. I mean, unless Ulforce plays out another body, which I think they're pretty well conditioned at this point to not play into Blue Flare's gimmick. And we're just going to build up and raising. It's going to put Blue Flare to 3 thanks to the Fixer Korea. And we're going to see that Gaussmon come out. Well, actually, we could see it because there is the Gaussmon swing I wasn't accounting for. Draw from Wanya. Check, it's a Davis. And this can give Ulforce the little oomph it needs to have its memory fixed. So our next line of play we potentially want to see is stunning the Ulforce so it can't attack. Again, we do have the level 4 in raising. Level 4 in raising. I'm trying to think if they have enough memory to go into their line still. Yeah, I will say this format I've had a lot of fun playing in. I've tried innovating different decks. Hunters is the deck I will default to a lot of the time. I've been having fun with Ultimate Cup Brewing. I've been messing with Machine Dramon again, even though Analog's at 1. I've been having a lot of fun using Maki as extra consistency tamer that lets you kind of turbo up a little faster, especially if you build around it. So when I play Ultimate Cup in about a week, I'll see if I can stream that, and also maybe just having fun with it. I don't really care for playing blue decks too often, but I do think they are really cool for their archetypes overall. Trying to think, what is the optimal play here for Blue Flare? I think they're expecting the Gauss to die, but the high tamer count Ulforce has, it's going to be an awkward threshold of dying or not dying. It's not the fact that it dies to any body, but it's the fact that tamers just give extra value. It's kind of like Blue Hybrid did. It would punish the opponents, but we're just going to see another Sorai denying value from the Ulforce. That's our second Sorai in a row we've seen. And it's really difficult. We probably don't want to promote that level 4 because we know we're not going to be able to OTK this turn, more than likely, unless there is like all the pieces you need in your hand. If we have an Ulforce X, we can go over the Ulforce on field and attack with it then. But I think that Sora was a very solid play there to kind of stall out another turn and say, hey, my Gauss didn't die. I'll get another swing, I'll get a Metal Gray, and then I'll try to Zeke for game. Unless you fall into my game plan, then I can just Metal Gray for what I need. I'm trying to think what Ulforce's outs are here. It looks like they are committing to raising out. So let's see. Will they be able to clear? We're seeing the BT5 on the pre-release winner Arrow V. That is like the BT2 one, I believe, because jamming is the inherit. I want to see if V-Tamer ties, suspend to draw a card because we got the V-Dramon in play. We'll see that when you draw. Gauss dies on deletion for Gauss. We're going to see a Mailbird played out. Mailbird effect will pull a Metal Gray from trash into hand. And that's kind of what makes the Blue Flare deck amazing against security control. You just keep recurring your level 5. You have lots of ways to cross from trash. So trash is just an extra resource that lets you be really greedy with your plays. Going to see Ulforce for 4 here. Ulforce effect, cheat out the Reno. And we're going to get a restand here. But this is where I think it might be game here. Yeah, that Mailbird should be restood. And it's bounced to hand from the Ulforce restand. But we know we have the Metal Gray in hand. We know we have sources underneath the Korea. But are we able to go for game? We got a restand for Metal Gray. And I'm trying to think. Z Gray would be free here because there's 2 bodies. Yeah, for anyone chilling here in the chat though, what decks are we wanting to see? I know someone mentioned chess. Yeah, we're going to see the cross coming from sources of Korea into a Metal Gray. It will cost 3 memory when we go into it. This one's going to be stunning all Digimon with sources less than or equal to it. So we got the Ulforce there. We do have the Mailbird that will stun another stack. If there's 2 or more Digimon in play, we're going to get a restand thanks to the Greymon as well. And the first check we see is V-Dramon. I'm going to swing again. Finding a Davis. And then do we have the Zeeg? We have the Zeeg. You guys want to see a poop deck? I don't know if there's an anyone playing Poop today, but there is someone playing chess. But the set is close. We are going to game 3 here of Ulforce versus Blue Flare. Was there a draw for the Digicross? I must have missed that. Yeah, he shouldn't have drawn if he did, though. Yeah, here. Let's go ahead. I think I can go ahead and double check that real quick. Give me just a moment here as players will set up for our next game. I did double check that. He did draw, but it didn't give him the missing Zeke there. Double check that for y'all. No worries. Yeah, no, good catch. I will make sure to try watching out for that. It's a common thing when you get the Digimon in play. You often want to just draw from habit of building your stacks as you normally would. But yeah, no, the Zeke was in the hand. He's just trying to debate if there is a more safe line. But here in game 3, we saw the Blazing. We didn't get the Tamer. We got the Vidramon here. I'm going to 3. Yeah, starting out with an empty board is definitely not a good feeling, but we are seeing both players being able to get a little bit of setup and ultimately what they're digging for. We are missing Tamer from the Ulforce side. The Vmon, I believe, can only grab Blue Tamer and a Dramon, I believe it is. But we do have that Gauss and Raisin now. And honestly, if we just have the Tamer choke at 1, it's not a horrible play. If we have a second Blazing, I think it's a little greedy, but I think it's a very valid play still. Just because we're trying to get that Tamer, trying to get more pieces to make sure we can grab everything. But yeah, we got that Tamer going to 1 on the opponent's side. We see the gold armor, Vidramon for 2. So if we raise here, we will be able to gain a memory from the start main phase effect of the dual Tamer. Again, the Wanya value to draw. dual tamer so we don't get the free body from Gauss. Yeah, this is kind of like if anyone played during Blue Hybrid days. I think Old Force is kind of similar, where if you swing in security, you'll get punished more often than not by giving them a free tamer, which sets up part of their win condition of getting the tamers to restand their Old Force stack. We do see a free tamer from the Blazing Boost here. Technically, you grab first, then you play it, but there's enough Blue Flares cards, so you're not forced to grab the dual tamer. And grabbing the Greymon and the Metal Greymon, play out the dual tamer, max value from the Blazing Mem boost. It looks like we had some tables finish out here already in round one. We are in this very close game 3 here. The Gauss not dying is definitely going to slow down Blue Flare. I don't expect it to be detrimental, as you just have that free body you can keep swinging with, assuming it doesn't get bounced. But trying to think what our line of play here is. If you swing into it, you give them a free body, and the body often gives them value for free search. If they don't have free search, it's a free trash recursion or free tamer, but they do have the tamer set up, so they won't be able to cheat out another one, because it checks to see if you have one in play. Yeah, we're going to see the arena come down. Thanks to Inherit, we do have a memory here. Now we get that Greymon like we were talking about. Going to get our free tutoring. We got some Mailbirds here. If we want the Creo, we could grab it, but I do not think it is necessarily something you need at this point with 2 tamers out already. It was the DP reduction, though, that did kill that Gauss. Then we'll solve that check. But being able to get a second large deck going is definitely going to help give a chance for Old Force to get a pseudo OTK with it. But Force Security versus, I believe it's Force Security, is either player's game still. And we do have the metal grade to strip 2 sources, so if we really want to, we can strip and. I don't think we have a way to stun unless we use the BT10 metal grade to go with it. But we are crossing with Metal Greymon, stripping 2 sources. Got the Greymon, and then the Mailbird. Does have to be the blue Greymon, though, for this Metal Gray. I want to swing security, and this could be just another tamer, which would honestly be very scary to see happen here. But we did find an O4, so we do get to save underneath one of the dual tamers. We do have Direct and Raising. We got Melogray out, 2 dual tamers, let you cross from trash, compared to Arena and Sojo on Sean's side. I don't think we have a way to go up into a level 6 for sure. Actually, well, aside from the level 5 there, I should say. From the Stack and Raising, I should specify. But we're just going to start pushing damage here. Finding yet another old force, getting material saved too. We do have 2 Membus, so we could cross again into another Metal Gray if we get there. But 2 security left. It is looking like a scary next turn. Going to Digivolve into the Mailbird and Raising. I think the whole idea there is to guarantee you have the other level 4 you need when you promote out, so you can double cross next turn. Well, I guess it wouldn't matter because you would just have it in Raising or in hand to cross with. The thing is just to choke as effectively as possible then without giving a sourceless body. Okay, that would check out then. But first check, we do find a fixer for Blue Flare. Find a Greymon. And Davis will come down. Searching top 3. Probably missing that level 6 as 2 of them were in security here. We're going to draw, we're going to raise. Gain a memory from our dual tamers, going to 5. We get a swing, draw from Wanya, and then if we have enough sources to cross twice, it is just game. Playing around Hammer Sparks, we're going up to 9. But we'll first cross into Metal Gray, using the sources from underneath our, oh, 1 from Trash and then 1 from Tamers if we can, it looks like, and he's just going to be crossing from hand here because this one doesn't specify the blue Greymon. So it's going to cost 3, going down to 6. We stun the Arrow Vidramon. We're able to swing 2 checks and jamming here. Assuming there's no memory gain effects, it's just going to be game. And with that being said, yeah, I was going to say having no level 6s, it looked like it was the issue there. But with that being said, that is going to be round 1. I'll be back here for round 2. Drop what you want to see in the comments, though. Oh, be right back. There we go. Okay, we are back with round 2 pairings, guys. Give me just a moment and I will find our streaming match. Okay. Hey guys, cool if I stream your set? Awesome. Appreciate you guys. Good luck and have fun in round 2. Okay, folks, let me go ahead and swap us over to our webcam puppet. I believe we should be good now. Oh, music cut out. Let me grab our music. Okay, here we are in round 2. I believe I am unmuted here. Okay, if you guys can't hear me, please let me know. I'm doing my best to make sure I have all the audio set up. But on the top screen here, we have Eos, and then on the bottom, we have V Passion. Hatching open that Monimon egg in the Koromon, we have a Greymon deck versus Hunters. This is going to be a matchup where resources are very tight, and we want to make sure that we're using them as efficiently as possible. So what that means is if we have tamer removal, we want to be very efficient with popping key tamers at the right time. Meanwhile, our opponent, V-Passion with the tamers, wants to be efficient with placing them out and staggering out their value to make sure we don't get completely wiped out from a tamer being popped right away. And that includes being very mindful of resources that we're using as well. But we're going to be opening up with that Taiki to leave our opponent at 1 memory. And not to mention, Taiki is our tuck and draw tamer. We're going to be hiding and raising here, trying to be very conservative, respecting any potential removal with arresters. But we have that Raid Metal Gray in raising so we can play out a free tamer. So after we raise, it is the main phase where we can tuck a card with save underneath, and if we do draw a card, this will also reduce our evolution cost by 1. And we are going to be tucking the Arrestor Superior mode, so we go into the Shoutmon for 1 memory. Shoutmon's effect cheats out another tamer, so we have our fixer cheated out now. So when we swing, we get 2 purple inherits to draw 2 cards, and the check is a tie, so it does live the security check. I don't think this was the line of play we were kind of expecting to see, but we will get another Taiki out. So we can raise, but we're not able to raid into the Shoutmon because you have to be a stood Digimon to raid into it. The start main phase gives a memory here. We got the X antibody going into middle X for 1 memory, pop something with 6,000 DP or less, spending time to gain that memory back. So we are back at 2 memory here. So we should be popping a 6K or less. We're going to activate our Inherit Amani to draw first. And now we save, and we get to save another card from our trash. And it looks like we're saving that Arrestor Superior mode underneath one of our other tamers. So now this is where we're showing that we have a bit more of the virus package, and it could be pretty scary. But it looks like we're going right into the Black War X45. And we're just double checking our DP thresholds here. Make sure we have everything accounted for. Yep. And there's Sween security going into it. So that's where the U comes from. Okay. And then we restand, reboot, trash a security, and that's where the Clockmon comes from. But now we have 4 Tamers on Hunter's side. If we see a Hades Force, it could be very scary. But we also have a lot of ways to gain value from our current board. Crossing a rookie makes it effectively a 2-cost card. Going into a level 4 could be effectively free with 2 sources. But we're debating what star main phase Tamers we want to use here. Starting out with the Taiki to draw a card. Then we still have another Taiki and you we can opt to use if we would like. We are going to be tucking the Gumdra to draw a card from the other Taiki. Now we're going to be using the U to tuck and gain a memory. So this lets us be able to play a rookie for 4 if we really want to. But it's not like the ideal route. We have 3 different color Tamers in play, which means in superior mode could tuck that level 6 Black War X, which is I think we're going to be going for here. We're crossing Dracmon for 2. When we cross Dracmon, we can reveal Tamers from hand. For everyone we put on the deck, we draw a card up to 3 of them. So we're going to be revealing the Uamano, tucking it underneath to draw an extra card. And it doesn't really matter, excuse me, what level 4 we have as long as we have a level 4 to go into a superior mode. So we're going to be tucking 2 Tamers, slotting a Gumdra, slotting underneath one other source that looks like the Dame. And when we tuck those 2, it means our level 4 will cost 2 less memory. We have the superior here, which will give the stack a rush. And we're tucking 2 more Tamers here to tuck 2 more sources, or 1 more Tamer so far. So we could go into an Omni Shout, but there is the Great X protection on the stack. So tucking 1 Arrestor Superior Mode, tucking 1 Shoutmon means our level 5 will cost 2 memory less, and it has Rush. We'll see the Superior Mode tucking that Black War X underneath the tie that was checked in security. Now we will see the Arrestor swing for 1 check and drawing 4 cards in total, refilling the hand of Hunters, finding another tie. And we will get the end of turn attack still, but debating on what we want to go into next. And we will see the Watchmaker. We're going to be adding more cards to our hand. 1 card is save, 1 card with the Hunter's trait. So we get the U. Watchmaker is not a valid target, as he doesn't have a trait. And then end of turn attack, we do see the Agumon. And this is showing that Hunters has an amazing board setup. We have the Rookie and Raising. We have the level 5 on field. Nothing on the opponent's side besides 2 ties. So I'm trying to think the optimal line here. If you have an Agu X, you can go into BT5 Greymon, effectively gaining a memory, so you're back at 1, but I don't think, unless you have the Virus Grey X, I don't think there's a way to get into a level 6 here. Yeah, so we're just building up and raising here. Putting our opponent up to 3 memory. We see the superior mode. Now, we got Watchmaker, we got all our Tamers. We're going to raise the Akakimon more than likely, and then we'll start doing some tucking and drawing and memory gaining effects here. So start of main phase, we're going to start popping off here. As Hunters drawing the 4 cards from that 1 Arrestor superior mode really refilled the hand and gave a lot of options to choose from. Tucking underneath the Taiki, we get a draw. More than likely, we're tucking underneath another Taiki, get another draw, and underneath a U to make sure we play around any memory shenanigans that can happen here. And we will get the memory by tucking the Gumdra under U. Watchmaker is going to go ahead and give an extra check to the Arrestor stack, drawing 4 cards. But we just see the writing on the wall. Another Tamer is checked, and there's nothing we can do to stop Ikakimon or Pencils from taking game there, or the superior mode, or any of the other ways they can close out the game. And why can I not see my chat here? Yep, V Passion takes game 1 against Eos here. So we're going to see our Tamers set up for game number 2 here of the set. And we are in round 2 of the circuit right now, or circuit finals. All the players are competing for one of the top 4 prizes. First and second place. Oh, Here I have one of them pulled up over here. Our first and second place players are playing for a channel playmat. Custom design here has the edge stitching. And there's also a cash or a product pricing to go with it as well. And then first place also gets to choose the next custom sleeve design for the channel. It'll be something I work with them to get commissioned out. So if they have a favorite Digimon or Tamer, we will get something created for them. And then they will get an entire set of sleeves to go for their favorite deck. We're going to start with a Koromon hatch here, as Eos is starting out the game with an Agumon in Raising and a Yuya 4. So we are going to have 3 memory every turn now. Sunters typically doesn't have a way to play around it, but it does give them a superior mode target to tuck underneath something. We'll see Watchmaker go down for 3. This is oftentimes a super strong opener, as it gives you not only search, but it gives you a way to start setting up your late game plays, as Watchmaker was very good for working with security threshold numbers. And we do see the Taiki for 3. The Eos will go to 3 thanks to Yuya, though. Yeah, it can make very clean numbers, especially if you get to the Clockmon plays. It just guarantees your level 4 can swing for 2 checks, go into superior mode for 2 checks, and depending on your threshold setups, you can just take game from different turns and I guess setups. But we'll draw for turn. Most of the time we see the Raising here, especially if you have that level 4. Even if you don't have it, you just want that Moni draw anyways. But we are in the main phase where we're going to probably use Taiki to tuck and draw. Yeah, we're tucking that Clockmon underneath Taiki to draw a card here. So like I was mentioning, we can get jamming for a free check. And that's what we are going to value here. So we'll get the Arrestor for 1. Want to see it jamming 1 check and draw a card thanks to the Purple Inherit. Now if we go in superior mode, we do get an extra draw, but yeah, I was going to say, I don't think we would want to do that yet. We'll just play out our Fixer. And we are playing around the raid mechanic still because we are suspended. So we see the raid War Greymon for 3 here. We have nothing to raid into, but we do have Piercing. And we do have Reboot, and we are going to give the Yuya DP buff. Even though it won't have the option immunity, it's still in a very safe spot. Yep, and we're swinging over the stack. We get the Moni draw, we get the save, we get the super save mechanic, is what I call it, is when you save the extra source. And it does have Piercing still. It's going for 2 checks thanks to starter Greymon. Finding 2 more sources. And then for 3, we will play the Tide to give our Reboot War Grey blocker an extra 1,000 DP, 2,000 from Yuya, and I believe it's 3,000 from the War Grey. So we do have a very big blocker now. After we hatch, we're going to start that main phase effect of tucking with Taiki to draw a card. Looks like we have the Omni Shout there. The opponent having 4 security, this means if you cross into a rookie, go into a rest, or a, actually, short a Tamer to get the Watchmaker value. So it's not quite there yet. And if we don't have a stood guy in the field, we deny the War Grey restand value. We are tucking with, or crossing with Gumdra for 2. Gumdra on play, you can tuck a card with save to draw a card. But it doesn't look like we are opting for that. We're just going for the 2-cost rookie here. Reducing our level 4 by 2. Going into that Arrestor for free. He does have jamming again. He has a purple inherit to draw, and he has an extra 2,000 DP. And we are just going to superior mode tuck because we have 3 different colored Tamers here. Then end of turn, we can attack for 1 check, jamming 12k, I believe it is, 2 purple draws. Find an Agumon, and yeah, just one check. Yeah, one check. Yeah, because Watchmaker wasn't able to suspend because we are short Tamer still. Yeah, so we're just trying to think high roll potential lines. You get Rookie Agu X, but I don't think we have that line of play as we are building up and raising. And we're going to search with an Agumon to reveal top 4 for a tie and a Greymon. We got the Black War for the Greymon so far, and that's all we can grab. So we find 3 rookies here. V Passion will go to 3 memory thanks to the Fixer. And this is where we could just see it be game. We're going to start with our start of main phase effect. Excuse me. And we're going to suspend 2 Tamers here, go into a level 4 for free over a Kakimon, which is going to be the Shoutmon to play a Tamer for free. And this gives us 4 Tamers. It lets us go into Watchmaker plays. We're going to give the Arrestor stack +1 check, swing security jamming, draw 2 cards. Omnishot pops the rookie Agumon. Find that Virus Gray, and we find that Metal Gray. Swing with the Shoutmon, drawing 2 cards. It does die, but then Arrestor will swing for game. And that is the round. V Passion takes it 2-0. Hunters over Black War. Let's see if we can hop into another set now. Okay, let's. So we are starting out with a Gaussmon here. 2 players we have. We have Ifrate and we have Bakun. Blue Flare versus Royal Knights. Do I have the correct screen being shared here? I think I need to swap my screens real quick. Screen capture. Grab the table screen. Okay, there you go. I think that should fix it. Oh, there we go. Yep, okay. Appreciate you guys being patient with me here in the chat. The Blazing Members is going to go ahead and search top 6, adding 2 Blue Flare cards, and we don't have the Tamer to play out. But we are deciding the bottom ordering of the cards there. And we do see Royal Knight slipped over with the Yggdrasil egg, and it flips over our second egg for its mainline text. I'm going to start with a Dynasmon for, I believe it's 5 memory, thanks to the amount that Blazing Memory Boost gives to play. Reveal our top 4, add 2 Royal Knights to hand. We got Crania, Genku, Dynas, and Gallant here. Genku being the first one grabbed out, as you will be able to effectively play the Dynas again. Now we're looking for a cheap way to end the turn. And we got the Belonk there. Trash a card, draw 2. No Wanya draw here, but we do have the Gauss on deletion effect. Playing out that Greymon to search our top 4. only 3 valid targets here. We get the Greymon, we get the Blazing Boost, bot deck the Tamer, and the Sorai. Sorai on top because it's going to be pretty solid in the Royal Knight matchup here, as all the Digimon will be sourceless unless you're playing the Jesmon GX package. And we're just going to play the Korea for 4, bringing Royal Knights at 1. So now our start main phase effect will tuck under the Dynasmon. The Sistermon Blanc will stay on the field though, as it is not a Royal Knight that will get sucked up from Iggy's effect. But now we have effectively 3, 4, 5, 6 cheaper Royal Knight, but we do check a Blazing Memory Boost. The body will stay on field, but it's going to be quite a bit in memory that Blue Flare gets to use again. And having that Sistermon live makes it very awkward, as the Metal Greys will be able to restand from the BT10 Greymon effects. But we're going to play around it as best we can to draw first with the option. Purge the Royal Knight, and then we'll be tucking underneath one source underneath the Yggdrasil. And just explain the memory gain effects from the Yiggy Inherits. It costs 6, it's going to be effectively a 4 cost. We are tucking the Kentaurus underneath here. But yeah, we don't have all the sources we normally have for Yggdrasil to make it a 3 cost card. Greymon will swing, finding the Old Force. I'll be saving. Now we're just going to play our 3rd Blazing here. Get a free Korea, get 2 Blue Flare cards in the hand. Now if we want to, we could grab the 4th Blazing off of this, but I don't know if it's needed as much, but we are opting for it, as looks like we are missing pieces. Adding the Middle Gray and the Greymon here. The Korea does come into play. Now we're bot decking our cards into order. Trying to think what we need to grab next. Likely we just want to put the Gauss on top, as it will be able to draw a card effectively. But now we have 7, 8, 9 cost reductions. We find the Middle Gray, so the Sistermon does die. There's 3 security left on the opponent's side here. So is there a way you can OTK from here? I think we're just short, even if we have the Omnimon, right? Because it's 7, 8, 9, 9, and Omni is 14, I believe. So if we have a Magnamon, he's free. He's a blocker. He is sourceless though, so BT10 Middle Gray can stun it. But we do have 3 security left still. Hey, had a fun match 1 and second match. Yeah, that second match, Hunters is so solid and strong. Like, even though you're able to answer boards, sometimes it can still do a lot to you. But I'm glad you had fun at least. And we are seeing that Craniumon come out. Craniumon being one of the premium answers for the Blue Flare matchup, as it's unaffected from your opponent's Digimon effects. It is a blocker, and it can force an attack at the end of the opponent's turn. But we are raising the Gauss here. Swinging, the Wanya is going to draw. Gauss is going to check security more than likely here, because we want to block the Metal Grays. So Gauss will go ahead and cheat out a level 4 lower Blue Flare. It's going to be the Greymon. We're searching a bit more. Getting 2 Mailbirds to hand, bot decking the rest. So it looks like Mailbird was the card we were missing to get our Blue Flare Metal Grays online. I'm going to be cracking 3 Blazing Bamboos, gaining 6 memory, going up to 9. I'm going to cross into the first Metal Gray. Or making sure we have the cards in hand first. This Metal Gray won't be able to strip any sources, but I think we're just going for the fact that it will be able to material save. And it does have jamming, so if it gets to go through, it will live the check regardless. So now we're debating if we want to take the block regardless. And the thing is, you should just let this check go through, because you want to make sure they can't Zeke for game with a red Greymon stack, because they have so much memory. And it's going to live the check here regardless. It's a pork, so it lives. Going to cross again to another Metal Gray for 3. Using the Greymon that's on the field. We still need a Mailbird. There we go. Now it's a 3 cost. It does not have jamming though. So we're looking 8k to, I believe it's a 12 or 13k blocker here. We do see Armor Purge being put onto the stack here with the Decker Gray. Decker Gray can go ahead and tuck a Digimon if that has Blue Flare and traits, but it won't be able to stun that Crania still. So it is attempting to swing into security here with the Decker Gray stack. And we are choosing to block this one, since we know there's not enough memory for the Z Gray to keep turn. But you do get a restand it still if you go into that Zeeg. And just double checking on the Craniumon end of turn effects. Now we're just going to go into another Decker Ray, so start turn, draw, main, get tucked underneath here. So we got a 7, 8, 9, 10 cost reduction here. I don't think Purge the Royal Knights will do a whole lot here. It does give Rush to a body. So I think if you rush to Kantaris, you would be able to swing and restand, DP reduce a stack. I don't think it's enough on its own here. And a 10 cost reduction means you can play a lot of your level 6s for free or 1, I believe. Going for the Genku effect, cheats out the Crania. and they're both blockers. The only issue is the Genku could be affected from stuns. Unless the Crania gives it to all bodies, which I don't think it does. But we can just see how difficult the Blue Flare matchup is for Royal Knights. Aside from just getting Cranium on and hoping it works. I'm trying to think if there's anything in security that would typically help the Royal Knight matchup here. That if it checks through, but having Armor Purge is what makes it a really safe play here. Finds second pork, forced to block, Armor Purge happens. Swing, and that is game here. Blue Flare taking a very quick set from Royal Knights. Or quick game, I should say. I don't know if it's the set yet. But it looks like both players are shuffling, getting ready up for another game as they're setting up as quick as possible to make sure they play within the time limits here. But in the meantime, let's take a quick look at the standings. So right now we have 2 undefeated players. Depending how this goes, we could have 3 undefeated players. And when the round started, we had 5 undefeated players because we did have a tie at one of the tables. And we are playing for top 4 to go into the top cut here. Make sure how we're doing on time. We should have a good amount of time still. Yeah, we still have 17 minutes to finish this round before overtime even starts. Here. I had to grab my phone charger there. So this is effectively my second monitor right now. But how's everyone feeling so far? We enjoying the stream? I'm doing my best I can to commentate here. I haven't done this in a moment, so I'm a little rusty. But we're seeing the Yiggy, and Magnamon. We got the perfect opener for Royal Knights here. Now, how well does Blue Flare open up in return? We see the Gaussian raising. It's not the BT10 Gauss, but EX4 Gauss is still good. And we got the Blazing, so we have just equally strong. We get 2 hits and the Tamer. So both sides are opening up super strong right now. We gotta add the Blue Flare cards to hand first, and then we can play that Tamer. But both sides are set up and ready to go. Draw, start a main. After we hatch, we get the draw from the Magnamon, leaving play here. And even though we had the Crania last time, Blue Flare just had so much pressure from how much memory boost was found in security and played. We got an easy grab here for the Dynasmon, grabbing the Lord Knight and the Omnimon. And this is where we typically want to see a cheap play to finish on. If we have the Purged Royal Knights, it's super solid as well. We're going for a Mechamon here. As long as the guys die in security is the main thing. So Gauss will allow a draw from a blue flare Digimon being played. So if we cross, we do get a draw here. The Wanya will draw as well because we have the Tamer in play. Playing a Gaussmon for 3, drawing a card thanks to EX4 Gauss. Swing security, draw for Wanya. And we have the Memboost that we could crack here. But putting that Kentaurus in the trash helps the Omeka value here, unless it gets stunned from a BT10 Metal Gray. But we just see another Gauss here. We are Gauss gamers. And doing our last main phase here, we're teching the Dynas, hatching our Yigi. We got 7, 8, 9 cost reduction for the Drazel stack. If Omeka dies into security, we do get the Kentaurus underneath. But the DP threshold for blue flares is often low as you run. Oftentimes you'll see 8 rookies, 6 to 7 tamers, 4 blue mem boost. And those often won't kill the Omeka, so I want to say roughly a third of the cards in blue flare are cards that would give advantage and just not kill Omeka. But we do see 3 rookies of Memboost and a Korea bot deck, so we know that it's more likely to die into a security check. So first, for really cheap, we see Jesmon popping both the Gaussmons. Both Gaussmons will resolve playing the level 4 lower blue flare cards. First being a Mailbird, which I believe says lose 2 memory when you attack, so it's targeting the Omeka, I would believe here. And then Greymon for some search. Adding a Mellow Gray to hand, Greymon to hand, the rest go to the bottom. And you're going to be paying the 2 see Omeka swing into a security or into a body. The body guarantees it dies. Going into the Greymon to guarantee it dies. Omeka's on deletion, needs to resolve now. We are slotting the Dynas underneath. And it goes to 3 thanks to the Fixer. Is Omeka from trash or hand? I guess I'm sure it had to be trash. It's hand, actually. It's just hand. Okay. Checks out, checks out. Just wanted to make sure we're on top of everything here. Okay. So now we're going to see the cross into a Metal Gray for 3. No sources to strip, but it's all good. And we'll have jamming on our level 5 stack here. Swing 1 check 7k. Where we find a Porcupine. We keep finding the Porks in security. I think that's 3 we've seen now in the past 2 games. But we will see the Drazel have a 11 cost reduction for this next turn. And we know the Omnimon is in hand. But will we be able to go for game? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we're not quite in game range yet. So if we have a Crania, it's a good way to hold out for a turn while getting a blocker on field. Force would strip and attempt to bounce the Decker Gray stack, which isn't bad either. But I think we're in a rough spot here, because even a Purge of the Royal Knights isn't enough to keep turn. So we actually are committing to an Omnimon play. And we're going to be popping the Yugi stack to play out all of our Royal Knights here. Got a few of them to resolve. First, we'll resolve Dynas to search top 4, adding 2 Royal Knights. We can add the Alphamon and the Omnimon to hand, I think is what we're going to be opting for. Trash the rest. Magnemon doesn't have an on play. But Lord Knight does retrieve the card from trash here. Jesmon's on play will pop. Armor Purge saves the stack. Yep, and then opponent will go to 3. Just make sure we weren't missing any other on plays. So the Metal Gray will restand here. We have, I think it's just the Magnemon blocker on field. So the Metal Gray will get restand, has jamming. Are any other than blockers? I don't think any of them are besides Magnemon. So right now, if we get to cross into another Metal Gray stack, we can stun the blockers. We have jamming on our current Metal Gray, and you can restand things to BT10 Greymon. Now if we bring up Gauss, we'll have the 3rd check. Am I missing blocker anywhere else? I don't think any of the others are. So we are crossing the Metal Gray. Got the Greymon. Now we need the Mailbird. Stun 3 bodies. Building a house today, Sean? I'll be honest, your round 1 didn't look that bad. The only thing that made it rough was game 3 you did have 6s. That was rough. That was rough. But when you popped off real well. But yeah, sometimes you do be building houses with the bricks, unfortunately. So we're just going to set up with another Blazing Memboost here. Trying to play it super safe here, it looks like. Not quite sure. I want to say they had the BT10 Melgray restands, but there's no more eggs to hatch. We have all our Royal Knights popped out on the field. Lord Knight will swing security. Thanks to Jesmon, it is bigger. And what do we do with 5 memory? If we have a Crania, I guess we slam that because it's unaffected. But you just get a lot of memory in return. We're not killing them. We don't have any more cost reductions. Big one. Round 2 is worse. I'm so sorry. I wish it wasn't that bad. I hope you're having fun, though, at the end of the day, because there is still participation for all people playing today's tournament. I know we are getting close to wrapping up round 2 here. But I think we will have 4 rounds unless down pair loses. And then we'll go top cut. Yeah, we got 4 minutes in normal time still. Yeah, you played against Terra. Terra's a good player, though. Don't feel bad if you lose to good players. Oh, no problem. I'm sorry it took so long to get to circuit finals this season around. Life got in the way. I had a lot of events where I was judging IRL, and the judging IRL makes it hard to commit time slots for the stuff to go simultaneous. We're seeing the Magnamon swing here while it can swing and potentially do something. Finds a Decker. And then we see a Jesmon for 11, going to 6 on the opponent's side, popping that Metal Gray. Yeah, I love seeing you around. It's been a moment since I've seen you. We're going to be saving all our materials underneath the Korea here. 5 memory, 2 boosts. Gauss and Raising, I think we're in a fair spot as Blue Flare if we can cross again. So we do see the Gauss come up from Raising here. Crossing Metal Gray. Going to 3. Show the Greymon, show the Mailbird. Stun the blocker bodies. Yep, we do have that starter Gray here. So we have jamming on this Metal Gray stack. Pop the 2 mem boosts just in case there's any memory shenanigans we can find. The Gaussmon will draw. I don't think it's much needed here. And the Gauss will swing for game. That wraps up the set. You've also been busy? Yeah. It's so hard. Yeah, I couldn't miss the finals. I tried my best to make sure everyone could be included for this. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and put us on break so we can get round 3 set up. try to unmute my mic. Okay. And this is potentially the final round in Swiss. If we have one clear undefeated, then it will be the final Swiss round. And then we will go into our top 4 top cut. Make sure we can see it. But on the top here, we have Margarito, again with Blue Flare, and the bottom we have Terra, which we will see the A flip over here in just a moment to show what we are facing against. But depending on who wins here, it could be the final Swiss round. So let's go ahead and give our best sportsmanship good luck to our 2 players here. As I believe everyone at table 1 is guaranteed a spot in top cut with how it stands. The only thing it would impact is the seeding for who they go against. But with that being said, our players are getting started. We see the Wanya hatch for Blue Flare going into the Gaussmon for free. And if we have that Blazing Membus, we have probably one of the more optimal openers for Blue Flare. Now we're just looking for that Tamer and some Blue Flare cards to add, and we got both. We got the Tamer, we got 2 Blue Flare cards. We got a high value turn 1 here. So we know we got the Greymon. We're debating, do we need the next Gaussmon or do we want the Cyber Launcher? I think they're both very valid pickups. Looks like we're bot decking that Gaussmon though. Putting Terra to 5 memory. With 5 memory, seeded draw, and hatch showing a Yokomon. This is going to be red hybrid, guys. We're not in the finals yet. This is round 3 of Swiss. Top 4 go into top cut, and it's based on 1 clear undefeated for finishing Swiss, which is up to 4 rounds. Right now, Joe is 2-0 and Terra is 1-0-1. So if Joe loses here and then there's not a tie at table 1, we have a clear undefeated. Otherwise, we will play a 4th round. Yeah, he did. He was able to take it. This is round 3. But right now, it's probably debating like what's worth setting up. I know a high value play would be a Neemon to play a Fixer. I'm not quite sure what's in each player's build offhand. But we do have that Gunian Raising, and we do play the Takuya for 3, putting Blue Flare to 1. It was a very close set. Yes, it was close. It was close. That game 3, Sean struggled to find a level 6. No level 6. 2 of them were in security, and the next one was like halfway through the deck. It was rough. But cracked that Blazing Boost. We play Metal Gray for 3, going to 0. Gaussmon will draw a card here because a Blue Flare card was played. We see jamming 2 checks from Metal Gray. Atomic Inferno being that first check, though, followed by the Emperor Gray. Thankfully, there is jamming on the stack, but this could be really rough for Blue Flare, as Atomic Inferno is a way to put in a lot of pressure on their opponent. I'm trying to think, what's the optimal route for red hybrid here? Yep. I was going to say, make sure we're keeping track of our memory here. Metal Gray costs 3. But we're in that Metal Gray, we're in that Gauss. We're trying to be as aggressive as we can in return to red hybrid. 4 memory, a Goonie and Raising Takuya on field. I don't know if we're able to get to 5 guys in trash easily. I mean, we could play the Goonie that trashes a card in hand, draw 2. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. We still need 1 more guy in trash for Takuya to be able to warp. Emperor Gray from BT12 could give some value in popping a body. We're going for... It's rough. I'm not quite sure how the memory thresholds work for what we want to do. Blue Flare's been putting on lots of, like I said, lots of pressure. Starter grade definitely helped with that. If we go into BT7 Burning Gray over Takuya, we pop the Gauss. Is it a 3 or 4K pop? Because if it's a 4K pop, it could pop the Greymon as well. So we do see the Burning Gray for 1 that pops. It's a 4K, it looks like. Okay. Yeah, we are popping that Gauss. We can't material save him. So now we're debating, are we safe to swing into security with this Burning Gray, or are we going to be doing more with the stack? But if this sack dies, I think you still have the play in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you could potentially get a warp this turn, I think. But it has to die when it swings. And you have to have the trash Goonie or Flame to play from the Inherit. Get the Flame, pitch a hybrid, draw 2. Everything just has a blanket +1 check here. So the question is, does Burning Gray crash into the Metal Gray to make sure it dies? Or are we trying to use the pressure we have right now? Because we have 2 bodies on field, which makes it a little scary. Now we're just debating, what's Burning Gray going to do? Do we crash in Metal Gray to guarantee it dies? Do we attempt to go for 2 checks hoping it dies somewhere in there? I wouldn't question either line of play. I personally like to play it a little safer to make sure we have enough guys in our trash, because we have 5 hybrid guys we can put in trash, warp with Takuya, go into level 6 Emperor Gray, popping another body. We can blitz if we have the right one as well. And we're going for 2 checks, it looks like. First one being a Dual Tamer. Second one being the Cyber Launcher 8K, I believe. So now we're going Proc Yoko. And do we have any other value from the Inherits? It doesn't look like we do, but we can do a Takuya warp now. And if we go into BT12 Emperor, we could go for 3 checks while popping a body. But getting the second Dual Tamer lets you cross from trash as well. Very close at making every move count. But we also want to avoid giving 2 bodies on field for Blue Flare value as well. think we're looking at some memory thresholds here if we do a Gravity Crush along the play, but we are going to blitz into that Emperor, or not blitz, but Digivolve into that Emperor Greymon over to Kuya. This is BT12, draw for Evo, you'll pop it. Did you want a DP less than or equal to what you have? Popping Metal Greymon, doing material saving. Sources here. There's no blitz on this Emperor Grey stack. Yeah, okay. Draw hatch, start of main, we get 2 memory. So now it comes down to we got the BT10 Gray. We got a Mailbird, I believe, underneath one of the dual tamers. We can even cross without needing a Mailbird here. Greymon's going to swing security. Finding the Aldemon here. I want to save. Going into Metal Gray for 3. Atomic Inferno, and then 4-2 the Z Greg. Moving on to our next game, we made every move count as well as we could. Give me just a moment here. I'll be right back and we'll get this next game rolling. Okay, I can just reset up. Okay. Just had a judge request there. But game 2 for Red Hybrid versus Blue Flare here. Both decks are very aggressive. Punishing Red Hybrid for having multiple bodies, though, definitely makes the matchup rough. So now the question is, what are we able to do to set up our opener as strong as possible? Do we have a tamer? Do we have another rookie we play? We do see Fixer Takuya come out here. The 2 memory in here is actually super strong and helpful for extending turns. But we see Gauss Opener. I'm trying to think what we do here. Because if we do a Blazing Moonboost, it will put the opponent to 1, but they get fixed to 3. So looking at our top 6 here, we have 2 Blue Flare cards. We have a Tamer, though. We missed the Tamer. We have another Blazing Boost. We have a Metal Gray. We got pieces for Metal Gray. So we're grabbing the Mailbird to start out with. I think I would probably opt for a Metal Gray or a Zeke, personally. I don't think the Drax is necessary here. We are opting for the second Blazing Boost to be added to hand here. Looks like. So Flamon will be raised. Swinging immediately in security, finding that dual Tamer just as if the Tamer was found from the Blazing Boost. We are going a Goodimon right over that Takuya. Going into Alda for 1. Get 4k DP for the turn. So if we swing, we will gain 2 memory. If we have BT7 Emperor, we're able to Blitz. And it would check no, well, you have no options to activate in security. I think we're just going to go with the Alda stack, potentially. So Alda swing security 1 check, Takuya will gain a memory once the security is checked and it lives. Yep. Get the 2 memory from the Takuya, going up to 2. Yeah, very close set, though. And we're going to commit to the wide board, trashing card drawing too. Or hybrid, I should specify. Draw. Start of main after we do the egg phase is raise, gain a memory from dual Tamer. So the boost is being cracked, going up to 4. Imagine we're going to be crossing here right away. We will draw from the Gauss mainline text. BT10 Metal Gray with Starter Gray and Mailbird for jamming. Freezing. Excuse me, all 3 bodies on field. Draw for Gauss. Swing security jamming 2 checks, going down to 3. We see the Alda and we see an Alda. Living both of those checks, Gauss swings, Wanya draws. Finding a Gravity Crush. Things are looking rough here for Red Hybrid as we see a board set up for Blue Flare. The board is stunned on Red Hybrid's side. No Tamers were found in security. We will see Melgray go into the Cyber Launcher for 2. Cyber Launcher effect. You tuck a Blue Flare. If you have a Decker, he's stunned. Or not Decker, Mailbird, I think. It's Decker. It's Decker. And then we will bot deck one of the cards with DP less than or equal to, I think it's like 6,000. But the board is stunned for Terra here. And we are working off 1 memory. So even if we go into Emperor Grey over Alda and we pop the Cyber Launcher stack, you have Armor Purge. You can pop the Gauss. But if there's a Zeke, I think it is just game offhand. Because there's 2 bodies you can't get rid of. But for anyone joining us, welcome. My name's EagleX, and this is my webcam Circuit Series 2 Finals. We are in round 3 of Swiss pairings. We're playing until 1 clear undefeated. It looks like a red hybrid scoops here, as there's nothing that can be done to the board state. A very quick set, as the starter grade definitely puts on lots of pressure. So let's go ahead and see how our other tables are doing. If you guys missed Blue Flare, don't worry, we got more. It is Hunters and Blue Flare here at table 1. Looks like we will be going on to a 4th round unless this set ends in a draw. Will see the Gauss EX4 draw for his mainline text, and then the Dracon text, I believe, is also a draw. Yep, so we get a draw 2 here. Don't have a Tamer, which makes it a little awkward for Blue Flare here. And we're going to be crossing into Metal Gray using that Greymon, using a Mailbird from hand, making it cost 3, putting the opponent to 2, so that Gumdra is not able to attack for the turn. And then we've already done our once per turn draws. So start turn, unsuspend, draw, egg, and then main. Start the main phase. After we hatch, we can use the Taiki tuck and draw if we want. More often than not, you will see them opt for it. We are tucking that Clockmon, getting the draw for the Taiki. So we're able to start setting up our level 4 swing stack. So if we cross into a rookie here using the Gumdra, we can go into a Rester for 1. We'd be short of memory because we don't have a second Tamer to suspend for cost reduction. So we're going to set up a Gumdra and raising draw, and then ideally I think we set up another Tamer here. Ideally through just a straight up, yeah, doing it for 1 less is totally fine. Crossing the Shoutmon, or not crossing, but reducing the cost using Shoutmon as a source. So we want to conserve that Clockmon. Go into a Shoutmon for 1, draw effective Shoutmon, cheat out a Tamer. Got our Fixer cheated out now. And we are actually going to go into our level 5 here. To a Rester for 3. Draw effective Arrestor. We're going to be tucking the Mellow Gray underneath one of the rookie stacks here. Won't make a big difference as you lose the sources into the trash. And is Blue Flare's go at 2 memory. There's only a single stack on the field, so we can't done naturally. You'd have to be able to go into a deck of Greystone somehow, I believe. Just going to see a Drax swing security, no Wanya draw. See Gauss swing security. Finding the Arrestor. Just the Wanya versus the world here, it looks like. Not quite sure how we're doing in this set, but Hunters definitely has a great board build-up. But anyone join the stream, welcome. My name's EagleX. This is round 3 of my circuit series finals tournament. We are doing Swiss till 1 undefeated, followed by a top 4 top cut. Because we have an odd number of players, it's the best way to minimize the impact that the bye player would have. We have a beautiful Blazing Mem boost here, getting the Korea, getting 2 blue flare cards in addition to that. So we're going to be adding the 2 blue flare cards to hand first. Probably going to be the Metal Gray and the Mailbird, unless we want the rookie Gaussmon and the Mailbird. So Mailbird for sure, Gaussmon to follow. Getting our free tamer, it's going to be the Fixer. Rescue the Bomb, leaving 3 memory for V-Passion to work with here with an Arrestor on field. If we get 1 more tamer out, we will be able to give the Superior Mode +1 check with 4 security left. If we get a second Watchmaker, you can swing for 3 checks. Rookie swing at Arrestor, go for game. So it really comes down, do we have another Watchmaker we can use to immediately take game, assuming there's no security bombs? And I think it's going to be something he tries his best to play around, but if he promotes the Gumdra, that's when he has issues with Metal Gray being able to play. And when I say play, I'm referring to like do its play route. You can also do 2 checks with the Arrestor if you have a Shoutmon King to play a tamer, and then cross into a rookie, digivolving into level 4 Arrestor, so that could also potentially work. 1, 2, 3. No, you're still short. Oh, no, you get the in-turn attack with the Arrestor. Yeah, that also works. Yeah, so there's a few lethal routes here. If you have a Watchmaker, it's the easiest one. But yeah, we are going to promote here. I think we're going to attempt to go for game with our current board state. So first, it's going to be a Taiki Tuck and Draw. So if the Gumdra dies, you get another source underneath the tamer, which does matter. So we're going to immediately tuck that Psychmon underneath the Gumdra, going into Shoutmon for 1, going to 2, draw. We're going to cheat out a tamer. It's probably going to be one of the cost-reducing ones. It's going to be Uamano. We're going to see Shoutmon attempt to swing, and if it dies, I think it guarantees game with rookie Arrestor combo. And we're also able to get Watchmaker online. Yeah, Hunters is definitely a very fun deck, but it has lots of complications with being efficient with it, I feel. So it definitely rewards a very skilled pilot. We get 2 draw inherits thanks to 2 purple cards. We got the Monian sources as well. It finds the dual tamer. So it gets rid of 1 line of play of potentially finding lethal. So if you cross into Gumdra, you tuck a source, you're short 1. Swing Watchmaker, targeting Arrestor, he's going to swing, draw 1 card, nothing to pop. 2 checks and jamming. Yeah, there wasn't an ordering you could have done to guarantee die. Well, actually, I guess you swing with 1 check, yeah. But you can't play around security knowing what's in there in this matchup. So I think the best play here is to probably set up another watchmaker, or not watchmaker, another tamer at this point, because you already have bodies that are going to get stunned. Yeah, we're getting another Taiki, putting the opponent to 1. They get fixed to 3 thanks to Korea. End of turn, we're going to see the superior mode attack, right? Yeah, we're getting the end of turn attack. Find the Sorai, though. Trashing sources. Can I correct round 3? Yeah, I can. Yeah, shoot me a DM on Discord and I'll fix it here once the set wraps up. It's all good. It's all good, Tara. I got you. Actually, let's see. I can probably do it on my phone. Here. Yeah, I want to keep the set streaming if I can. It's kind of a limitation of my setup at the moment. There we go. That should be fixed. Okay. Yeah, no worries. It happens. It happens sometimes. So basically, blue player is kind of forced to try stunning the board and going for game, but an arrestor from hand, like a rookie cross into arrestor, guarantees game for hunters, and they have 3 draws effectively, 1 for turn, 2 for the 2 Taikis, and even a rookie in raising for 4 cycles if they don't have the card they're looking for. So this will stun the superior stack. Yeah, double check, make sure you can't cross from trash. Yeah, you do have each guy from trash, so when you tap the dual tamer, you'll be able to use one of them, a card from hand. I mean, okay, I'll be honest, like, that's a rough matchup too, Tara. Like, if the blue flare player has lots of practice, they can definitely punish a lot more than average. Like, I know, like, you're kind of forced into, like, playing the rookies, and if you have, like, Neemon, it kind of helps minimize that, because you play out the tamer while you get a body that's going to die to a check, ideally, then recycling a tamer. But it's still hard. Like, starter Greymon just makes that matchup so much more difficult. Yeah, I couldn't quite tell, like, what you might have thought was a misplay just because I couldn't see your hand, obviously. But I believe you. I believe you if you think it was rough and you could have played better. There's always room for improvement for any player. But I hope you're enjoying the tournament so far, though. It's definitely supposed to be like a little bit higher skill cap of a tournament here with these players because everyone's earned their circuit invite one way or another. I know Marg is leading the point board when I was updating points for even the top players. I think he won his invite from the first tournament that had like 12 plus people. So like he had enough points where he got an invite off of one tourney. Oh, you're talking about like building up your stack. Oh, playing single stack so I don't have 2 bodies. Yeah, that checks out. I get what you're saying there. Let's see the Zig restand here. We will gain the memories back because there's 2 or more bodies. If we're able to swing again and cross, we actually have a gain here. Yeah, the ability to swing. Yeah. Okay. I'm on board now. But yeah, I really liked the play you did to get the Emperor set up, though. I did like that a lot. Because I was trying to think, how could you get to Emperor from your current setup? Burning Gray was one of the first pieces to clear a body. It's all good. It's all good. It's part of a game. As long as we're having fun in the end, that's what matters. Because there's still going to be some participation everyone gets for making it to today's tournament. I was going to say, you've also been on the competitive grind lately. I know you got, what was it, like top 16 in Ulti Cup? Did you win the Ulti Cup, or was it just like a top 8 in an Ulti Cup? Because I know you were playing Red Hybrid, did super well lately. It's also like a totally different format too. Like if you're thinking about playing Blue Flare in Ulti Cup versus Blue Flare in Standard, like the starter grades make it a little bit of a difference. So it's like easier to think, oh, they don't have lethal, and then you're like, oh wait, we're not playing Ulti Cup, which is like the format right now for Standard, right? So we cleared the superior mode stack with the Zeeg here. I'm trying to think, like, what can we do to deny a potential lethal play here? We're crossing into Decker Gray, I think. Yeah. I haven't seen a cross into this dude in a moment. Yeah, the Shoutman stun. We're going to unsuspend our board. And if we have a Arrestor, it is game. So start of main if we're using the effects here. 7th. You also, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully it's like aggregating you to feel like a much better player in the end. Because that's the goal, right? Like, we're playing the game to, first of all, have fun, in my opinion. Second of all, improve as a player overall. But like I said, Ulti Cup and Standard are very different feels for how the game plays. Even though you're playing the same deck, you have to play around different things. Gundra, oh, and we have game there with the Gundra cross into Arrestor, rush for game. Yep, there we go. Just making sure we weren't missing anything, making sure there's no blockers. Yeah, it looks like they just wrapped up the set here. I'm going to go ahead and put us on a break if they're not playing a game 3. Was that game 3 or 2 for the set? Okay. Okay, sounds good. I'm going to go ahead and go on break real quick for streaming then. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and put us right back on break. Not much. I want to say this might be a win-in match for top 4. Five after becomes 2. Okay, there we go. Let me get the screen set up. This is our final round in Swiss, though. Depending on how things go here, we'll see certain players move it into top cut. So bringing back Royal Knights and bringing back Wolfhorse here as our matchup. I believe there's a chance for one of them to get a win in here. It just kind of depends on how some other tables do and perform. But I believe everyone at table 1 is guaranteed results into top cut, so it's more so just picking up a game to get a better seeding. But depending on how this goes, this can either be a really fast or really short set, just depending on how well each player gets set up. Altera got second in regionals. I just want to say I probably saw Altera's name really high up in one of those tables before. But yeah, like I said, we have very strong players here in today's tournament. Lots of these people have top 16s in various events. If not top 16, then at least very consistent top 32, 64s for the most part. But we see the Magnum over Michael over here. And then we see a Wanya open up for Sean. We get set to 0 from the Vijamon evolution. How is it better to set up a Tamer? Do we go to a level 5? What is the route Sean opts for here? Now we're going to get that level 5 set up in Raising. So when Hatch start with main, you're going to see the tuck and draw from the Yigi. Draw for Magnamon. Yep, there's the draw for Magnamon. Yeah, right now these players are trying to compete for a potential top 4 spot for top cut. And now we got cost reduction at 345 for Royal Knights, so if we see a Dynaspawn come down, it puts the opponent down to 2. Dynaspawn's a good searcher for their second turn. If you don't have that, it doesn't hurt to get a fixer down. If you have a Sistermon you can play, that's typically another line. But yeah, we see that Dynas. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it costs 4. Am I miscounting the reductions at start 4? I could have sworn it started at 4. Assuming both players are up to date on their game state, though, here. Oh, it was 7 to 3. Okay, that's right, that's right. I am struggling with math today, folks. We see that Vmon pick up a Feedramon and a Blue Tamer. But with Royal Knights already having 2 Royal Knights for sure, potentially a third underneath their stack, they can get set up super well here. We're going to see the gold armor go up for 2. And then we're going to be, probably looking up a few cards here that we haven't seen in a moment. I know I had to also for myself. Yeah, now we're going to get the last Yigi. We're going to go ahead and grab up the last, or the Royal Knight on the field. So we got 7, 8, 9, 10 cost reduction, 7 from the eggs, 8, 9, 10 for the other Royal Knights. So one memory can play 11 cost Royal Knight like Genkumon. Genkumon can pull out Dynas, and Dynas can Surge. If you have a Leopard Leopard, you can do a Leopard. You don't do Leopard mode, obviously. It's not common for a deck. I'm trying to think of other Royal Knights. There are Old Force is a fair Royal Knight to play here because it would strip and bounce because it sees himself on play. I don't think the Porks would do enough here. Using a Lord Knight, that's solid because it will see itself trigger as well. Nothing to grab. Yep. Or does it see itself? It might be another Digimon he has to see. And we're just going to set up the Davis. Looking at top 3, I'm going to grab the only valid target here, bot decking a Sorai and Arena. And then we will gain in memory thanks to the Vmon Inherit. So we got 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cost reduction for a Royal Knight we play. So Omnimon would cost 3 a pass turn. I don't think there's anything worth purging out at the moment. We are going to see the Gallant come down for 2 on play. Pop the guy, armor purge. He has rush, swing security. Pop the Vmon, security check goes through. Find a Vidramon. Now we're just going to pass the 3 for the most memory efficient route. So we will see the whole force for 4. effect of Old Force, we'll cheat out the arena. When the arena comes out, we do gain a memory thanks to one of our inherits. We'll swing security, I believe that is jamming. Draw for Wanya. Suspend arena. Play arena. Restand our Old Force. When he restands, bounces the Gallant to hand. Gain another memory, gain 2 more memory. And he does have jamming, which lets him live through his check, which is really important against Royal Knights. Now we're going to chain another arena effect. We're going to cheat out Sojo. We're going to restand. And we have jamming still, so the Omnimon won't kill the Old Force stack. But knowing there's a Gallant in hand and he's 12k DP, he will live the threshold of Gallant range. We'll play a Vmon, go into 0. EX1 Vmon, that is. Beautiful alt art for it. And we will go into that gold armor Veteron for 2. But being stuck at 2 memory and not a way to use Omnimon the same turn makes it a little difficult. So now plays, how do we get to the Omnimon play? We don't have a fixer out. We can purge out one of our guys, giving it rush, but I think we might just see the Gallant come down again. Because Gallant can pop the... Well, I guess you don't address the Old Force, which is the big issue here. I guess if you Omni, you pop Old Force, but then you have a sourceless Digimon, so he starts with 5 memory. Yeah, so it's kind of a rough spot here for what we do. You can set up a blocker, but it gets bounced. I mean, you do have the Leopard to give blocker to your Royal Knights, but being able to be bounced makes it difficult. I think the best route is potentially an Old Force. No, I don't think it's Old Force. Straps. What's that? So what other lines are there? This is actually kind of a difficult spot here for Royal Knights. So out of curiosity, everyone in the comments, what deck do you think is going to win this set? Do you think it's going to be Old Force or Royal Knights? Because I can see it going either way, to be honest. Both players are doing really well at respecting each other's decks and lines of play. If you have another Purge Royal Knights you can use, that might help. You see the Alphamon, actually. Alphamon's a solid choice here because it denies Old Force from being able to attack the player. Now we're just passing turn. And then if it attempts to be bounced, you can remove the source too. I actually really like this line of play, and it's also a Digimon with a source. Okay, that blanket aura of stopping Digimon with the play cost, I think it's a 7 or 8 or more from attacking. Definitely sets up a really good board state here. So we can strip the source from the level 4 with Sojo, but you're still under the effect of Alphamon for your Old Force. So with 3 memory, what can you do here? Because I think answering the Alphamon is going to be the important thing to do. So any options I can give him now? We are going into Arrow of Beedramon here. I'm going to use its mainline effect to search top of the deck. Do get the blue tamer. Bot deck into rest. Are we missing a... Well, actually, we could have a bounce here still. Effect of Ulforce here. So I had to restate. We're going to get some memory back here. And we get some inherits. We got restand. Tends to bounce. Remove the source of alpha because he wants to keep the Royal Knight in play because it guarantees he can Omni off of 2. It's bottom of the deck. Okay. Yeah, it's been a hot moment too since I've had to stop a bounce like that. V-Tamer Tide gets another draw here. Now, if he has an option, he can remove alpha with it, but the only issue is giving a lot of memory to Royal Knights so they can do an Omni OTK turn. But also on the bright side, we do see that there is a removal in Ulforce here, form of options, so that could be a security bomb as well that stops the OTK potential. Could be ending turn with the Vmon for 3. Grabbing the next Ulforce, grabbing the Tamer. But yeah, that was such a well-timed Alphamon though, and did the best we could to respond to it. But the memory thresholds just were not there to be able to get it bounced without giving out too much. So we got 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cost reductions. So whatever Royal Knights play is going to be 12 memory cheaper. And I don't think there's any duplicates under the stack either. So it should be a pretty strong play if you can Omni here. The only question is, does Michael have Omni? I don't think I've seen him grab it off a search. We watched him get it checked in security and go to the bottom of the deck from Alpha. But looking at 2 Ulforce stacks and a Vmon definitely makes it scary. You don't get on plays from Purge, so you're not able to get the Alphamon on play again. We are getting the Leopard out. Leopard will make a field of blockers. Yep, we're going to Omni here for 3 on the dot. I believe it is. Everyone's a blocker. We're going to resolve some on plays. First one, Dynas. Reveal top 4, add 2 Royal Knights to hand, trash the rest. We do have an X-Ante there that can work with Alphamon now, though. So doing the Alpha Stun again. Lord Knight, I don't think has a target. Does it? Oh, it does have a Magnamon I can grab. And everything is a blocker. Everything has Rush. And I see 4 security. I see more than 4 swings. So is he going to attempt to go for game here? I think it's probably in best interest to do that. But also the Alphamon does kind of set up a safe turn here still too. So we're going to attempt to start going for game here. First is Davis, revealing top 3, adding a blue green Digimon. We got the All Force X going in the hand here. Alpha wants, you want Alpha to be your last one, I'm pretty sure here. Omni Swing Security. Dyna Swing Security. Magna in the security. And then for game. How's your boy Bucks doing so far? I don't think Bucks was doing super hot last I checked. Just give me a moment, I can double check for you. Oh, was it Bucks? Something? Oh no, Bucks is table 2, I think. Yeah, Bucks has a chance of top 4, top cut. This is the final round, so it really depends on. Yeah, he's 3rd place right now. 3rd place before this round started. And top 4 make it top cut. If he wins, it should be guaranteed at X1. And then there's going to be either an X2 or an X11 that makes it. It really depends on tiebreakers, and this is one of the tables where either player could make it. Yeah, it's just going to be really close. Yeah, no, he's in it. He's in it still. We're going into game 2 of Royal Knights versus Old Force, though. And both these players have potential of making it. Yeah, we're going to start with the Yigi, and we got an Omecamon here. Not the worst opener in the world. We don't have a Royal Knight to tuck right away, but we can easily add another Royal Knight. But it's kind of like what I was saying earlier for Blue Flare matchup with the Gasmon dying. There's a lot of tamers in Old Force, and because there's a lot of tamers, that DP threshold's going to be really awkward for Omecamon to die to. And that doesn't even count the fact that he lives over rookie checks and security. So it's just one thing I would be a little bit more mindful of when I play Royal Knights here in this matchup. So we hatch another Yigi. We're going to watch Omeka swing security. And it does die, though, so we are able to tuck underneath the Yggdrasil, so we didn't really miss that Royal Knight turn 1 play as much. Now we're going to play Dynas for reduced cost of 7, because we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5. Why am I struggling so much with Yggdrasil's maths? Real quickly, that Dynas was, did it put you to 3 or 2? Just want to make sure we did the math right there. Okay, yep, checks out. Making sure. Thanks, guys. Okay, just wanted to address that while we could in case the math was wrong. I don't know why I always did that math backwards, but it was not hard to correct in case it was an issue there. So now we have to think. We have 1 memory. What is our best line of play here? Yeah, I'm assuming they're doing a quick glance just because he's seen the Old Forest, just reading exactly how it's worded and what its impact will be to Michael's plan here. But we have a reduced cost of 7, 8, 9 We got the Yggdrasils, we got 2 Royal Knights underneath, so anything will cost effectively 9 less here. So Magnamon will be a free body to play. Sistermon Blanc will cost 3, trash 1, draw 2. So it's not as much the fact that you're going to get Decoy from Blanc, but you typically want her for cycle. And to go with the cycle, you also have Decoy protection for your red-black Royal Knights, which I don't think is going to matter in this matchup because you're going to see bounce rather than Decoy needing used here, but we got reduced cost 7, 8, 9, 10 now. See, Blanc swing security. If we find a tamer, it'd be rough news, but the Blanc will crash into the Vidra and security. Arrow Vidra. And we're going to see that Alpha slap down again. Alphamon's going to make this a difficult matchup for the Old Force player because, once again, we're going to deny swings from our big boys. We also have the Omeka on the field now to have another target to be bounced as well. So playing around the bouncing as well as he can, Michael has done a great job at trying to leverage his advantage here against Sean. So now Sean, what can he do here? If he has a way to source strip, so if he runs the BT13 Old Force, it can definitely give a route here where you can strip and then bounce the Alphamon. That gets around it, so you have, another Royal Knights and not have a cost reduction for, and also denies a potential OTK. But yeah, for anyone chilling in the chat though, how often have you seen Old Force pop up in your locals? Have you seen BT13 Old Force played a lot? Two good blue tamers. It looks like we're going bot deck a V-Tamer tie. Pick up Arena and Gold Vidramon. Then go into Gold Vidramon for 2. He has Armor Purge, so if you try popping him, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Yeah, he also gets a minus security check, which he's going to target the Omeka for more than likely, and DP reduce the Alpha, just in case there's something relevant there. Now, start a main. You can choose to ignore Alpha being tucked under Yggdrasil, but you're probably not stopping that. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 reduced play costs. The Omeka has -1 check thanks to Gold Vidra. And you're going to see the Genku played. And Genku's going to bring out that Old Force again. Or not Old Force, the Alpha. And Alpha's going to tuck the Old Force. Once again, putting the Aura on the Old Force player's side. That's such a difficult play to get around. And I think it really just comes down to, can you get rid of the Alpha so he can't reduce it again? I think we're just going to see a potential OTK unless Sean's able to respond here. He is forced to promote out the stack. So Arena coming down. We got some memory gaining effects here. But we are forced to attack with the Old Force, though. Just because of the Alpha protection in play. We will go into the Old Force here. Old Force effect when Digivolving. I see another Tamer come down here. The Tamer's played is when he restands. He's going to attempt to bounce. It's probably going to be the Genku here. Yep. And we have used all our memory gaining effects. So now it's going to be start turn. We're going to draw, and I think we're going to see the same stalemate come up, except this time you have the Omekamon to swing with, so you could reduce 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So you actually could see Omni go for game here if the Mechamon dies to security. Or just dies in general, I should say. Because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, seeing the Alpha come back made it. I totally forgot that Genku's such a good wild card here. And Sean's working with what he can here. Like, I know that, like, it's goofy. I don't know if you're aware, but, like, Wargray in Japan adapted to Alphamon by using the Ace Wargray, because it has a play cost of 6, so you can still attack with a level 6. You would use, like, your piercing Metal Gray with Metal Gray X, and then you would use DP buffs, so you made sure that your Ace Wargray would be able to live a check, restand when security's removed, swing again. But it just makes it so awkward, like the alpha protection, and we know the Genku's back in hand too. It's like we're able to see the same line happen. I'm just trying to think if there's a way to get advantage with 3 memory from Davis and 2 Renas on board. Wait, sure, you can go into Aerovedra, and then Aerovedra can use its main effect, and you go to Old Force, restand, play a Tamer. But I think it's just one of those awkward board states where you just can't do a whole lot. Yeah, the Omeka slots underneath. I think that was an Omnimon he slotted underneath. So yeah, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 reduced play costs, I believe. Yeah, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 12. So that means Omnimon, I think he naturally costs 14. So B2. I don't think it clears here because you have an Omni underneath. If you do another Omni, you play the Omni, you pop the Old Force, you can't get rid of the Gold Force stack, Gold Vedra stack, right? Crania is a solid choice as well because it's not able to be bounced. Yeah, I was going to say, like, I'm surprised we didn't just immediately go to that because it's such a good line here. Then do you have something to play for 3A? You got the pork. Oh, you forced the armor purge into gold Vedra here, right? It pops a level 4, or is it a level 3? It pops a level 3, I think, actually. But he's just getting a body on field, so the bounces hit something else instead of the Genku this time around, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, uh-oh. Yeah, uh-oh, Genku. We should be looking pretty good on timing round. Yeah, tiebreakers are going to be a really big thing for some of these people. Like, I know both Michael and Sean are relying on some of their tiebreakers here so that to win this and then have tiebreakers go in their favor. So 6 memory is quite a bit to work with here. Let's see what we're able to do. Totally not in the tournament. It's all good. You can chill here. That's what I have the stream for. If you're referring to your standings, I don't know it offhand. But like X1 should be safe. And then it's either going to be an X2 or an X1-1 that makes it. And depending on how the X1-1s, I think we'll have 2 of them potentially. If the X1-1s both have the same record, it's just going to be based on tiebreakers. So that can make it a little bit more difficult too. But nonetheless, lots of strong players here today. I'm super glad to have you all chilling here. I'm going to get the Rena search here. Rena's going to grab the Old Force X. And we're going to get some memory gaining inherits. Yeah, you're just X1? Yeah, you should be safe. I think on paper you are safe then. Like, obviously, I can't promise it, but I think on paper you should be. because I double checked the math when I saw there was 11 people. And I was trying to see like what would be the most fair if we went to one undefeated or if we did 3 or 4 rounds. And then just in case that tiebreaker hurt someone, I didn't want it to hurt someone or help someone too much. Because obviously, if we did 3 rounds and you have a bye, you just have to win 2, and I don't like that on paper. Which, by playing to one undefeated, I think is the most fair way to do it. Now, I'll be real, I don't know what Ult Force X does naturally. Without the X ante or Ult Force, what effects he gets and doesn't get. I think this is where Michael will be able to close out. He is actually choosing to bot deck the Ult Force here to keep the alpha on the field. Now he's going to see them both get tucked. And then it should be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 reduction, which means Omni should be 1. I want to see Omni defeat Yggdrasil, and you'll see all the Royal Knights come together. Royal Knights and friends. Yep, we already had a Dynas underneath, so you don't get the second one, but you do get to see Alphamon. Grab that Dynas anyways. Now we'll see the Dynas search, just in case there's something a bit better to add. You'll see the Crania to hand, you'll see the Jesmon to hand, you'll see the rest get trashed. So the Dynas, we gotta see the Genku. Genku gets the Play Sister from trash. We get Play Sister from Unbelong. Sister from Unbelong resolves now because it's news trigger pending. So you trash a card in hand, draw 2 cards, and we'll see the Omni from underneath the Yggdrasil resolve, popping a Digimon on play. There's a few things going on here. I think it's going to be a rough board state for Sean to respond back to, but I think he's been playing as well as he can given his deck setup in this matchup. Alphamon's just making it really difficult, though. Now we got Rush on all our bodies. We're going to see them start swinging. We're going to see Omni swing first. As long as there isn't a large amount of removal, it will be fine. See Dynas swing. Find Sorai. Sorai is actually going to be the savior here. That card I was just talking about, like, I'm not quite sure how it works. Well, that's how it works, folks. He gets 1 more turn, but he is under alpha protection and stun. You can't beat Blue Flare to save your life. There's some decks that just can't respond to Blue Flare super well. There's others that can, but it's really difficult. Like, Royal Knights has a play route because of Crania, but it's not like an optimal play route. Because, like, you're just kind of forced to always get Crania out every turn. Oh, we're seeing the Jesbot come out here. And we're just going to say, pop that other Ult Force, please. And I don't think he has Evade on the stack, so now it comes down to he has 8 memory. He can't attack with something with a high play cost. Yeah, that was a good Sorai in security. I don't know if it's enough because there's 4 security. The only blocker is the Genku and the Magnamon. Yeah, I think a lot of y'all are solid players. Y'all are solid players. So, like, some of y'all know your roots, and some decks have better roots against it. Like, I will say, I think Hunters has a little bit easier of a time because you can get your single stack that does multiple checks, and then you don't have to keep a second body on field because you can cross a rookie and then go into a rester for essentially free or 1 less, which is enough a lot of the time. Yeah, I put a lot of time in the Hunters. I have a lot of fun with the deck. It's probably my favorite, like, tier 1 deck at the moment. Okay, so we're going to see Vmon come down here. Vmon's going to go ahead and grab... Oh, it's not a tamer, or not... Yeah, not even a target there. It's rough. I'm trying to think if the Arenas give another... I guess you can go to Gold Veedramon, give minus check to a stack, but that's one... If you have another Sorai in hand, you got a Sorai you can use. But, like, you also have 4 security to get through. Get that Wanya draw. We're going to see the Magnamon or Genku block. You just need 2 more Rester Superior modes. I have 2 extras. If you want to pick them up and trade or buy, just let me know. I always cut deals for people. have participate in my tournaments. Like if I'm selling or shipping to you anyways, I can just toss them in for discount. You got Royal Knights on sleeve. You need to get them sleeved up. It's a oh, we saw another Sorai. Poor Michael's just sitting here. Is like, I want to go for a game, but Sean's like, don't worry, I still have a chance, man. I still have a chance. Don't count them out yet. You know, I was just saying like I don't see outs, but there's more outs than I give him credit for. But Marcus does pop the VMon here. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, if any of y'all ever need singles, just shoot me a message on Discord. I'll always sell at discounts. And if I'm shipping to y'all already for tournaments, it's free shipping, you know? Michael just says, I can't go for a game. Fine, you can't either. You can't go into your level 6 and swing. So it's a game of back and forth here. But he does have the full 10 memory to work with. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to be efficient if I'm shipping stuff out. But like, depending on how long a card's been sitting in my binder, I can discount it up to 25%. It's typically around the 15% mark though, because a lot of my staples move at fair rate, so I can always just guarantee that discount though. Yeah, I know the Sorai. I know he's doing what he can. He's doing what he can. Here, let me double check timing around because I'm trying to keep a better eye on that. I did not do a great job the first round on that. Get another arena down. Don't worry. We're getting there, folks. Yeah, we still got 7 minutes in the round. Depending how this goes will determine how the tiebreakers work for each player. Or Vidra can swing. Or use Tamer effects. I always forget which Vidramon card is which. Yeah, the Jesmon makes him massive. Yeah, got Evade, I'm pretty sure, right? I'll be real, I'm not quite sure what the stack has, protection-wise. Sora is pretty strong. You have 3 in your deck. Yeah, it's not a searchable card from much stuff. You know, back in the early days of Digimon, if you remember Raremon from 1.0, he's a rare level 4 in purple. He costs 5 to play. I think he searches like the top 3 or 4 cards in your deck for an option. It's not color restricted. I thought that card would be busted for the longest time. Because I kept putting it in my decks where I wanted to use certain options, and I wanted to find them more efficiently, like my Kaiser Nails. It's like you can do like a Fawn Serb, Lilith, Kaiser Nail style deck. I'm like, yeah, you can get the cards you want. And then you realize you're just playing a 5 memory card to look at top 3 for a card you don't often hit. Yeah, exactly. There's so many weird cards I just recall trying out. Like I remember when I got my blue starter deck and before the official release, uh, I pulled a Mon Mon in my pack, so I tried using Mon Mon with my blue starter deck. You started in BT10? Yeah. Yeah, I've been playing since the game came out. Technically, I played before the game came out because Target had the blue starter decks out earlier than this should have. You're going to see Ulforce here. He's going to bounce something, but not quite sure what it's bouncing. Crossheart, okay, X4 was very overtuned. Like, I don't think anyone's going to deny that. Like, the deck was super fun for a bit, but then when you get X4 loops where you can't respawn, that's where I personally just started not having fun again. Because, like, getting the ties and the Sunrise Busters from cheap removal, and the ties give you extra checks on your X4 stack, which if it dies, you don't really get punished. And if it doesn't die, then you just do it again because you keep looping. How many of you guys are willing to bet Sean has another Sorai, hopefully, to extend this turn? Oh no, I think he's writing on the wall here. I think that's the scoop. I think he's seen all his Sorais. Yeah, Ice Wall was his only other out. Okay. Yeah, that was. I think that's a rough matchup just because Alpha exists. But that closes out our Swiss rounds once they report. But I will see you all shortly here, and we will see who makes the top cut. That's yeah, run for yeah, it's a good card. Like here, y'all want to see my face? I can do this. I can do this so y'all know I'm here. Like we're not leaving yet. We're not leaving yet. Not enough Sorai. Yeah, Sorai was a very good card for that matchup. It definitely did a lot to help out. So let's go ahead and see. I'll get my announcement ready so y'all know that I am looking ahead here. Please verify final round for Swiss. Not Tourney Tamers. I am using season finalist roll today. I need to spell it right. Please verify final Swiss round results. Top cut will be up shortly. Okay, I want to refresh, see if I submit it. Yeah, we're going to get rolling along here shortly, though, folks, so don't leave. We'll be into our top 4 players for Top Cut here in a moment. Yeah, it looks like from our Swiss standings, V Passion is in first, followed by Margarito, followed by Big Coon, and then it looks like Michael beat the tiebreaker, assuming there is no disputes about incorrectly reported rounds. And I just want to point out that the tiebreaker between a 4th and 5th came down to the opponent's match win percentage. Yeah, because they tied each other in round 1, and then it just came down to having a more difficult route for their opponents. Yeah, so got another 2 minutes though before I pair Top Cut, just in case. I want to make sure to give people a moment. I will actually be right back when I use the restroom before we get started in our top 4. Okay. That is the last bit of time to dispute, so we're going to go ahead and get started with our top cut. Set up our next phase. Yes, we will confirm. Okay, guys. Hey, Twitch chat. Let me know. Who do we want to see? Do we want to see Blue Flare Mirror, or do we want to see Hunters versus Royal Knights? Whatever I see more y'all lean towards is what I will head over to. But it is between Blue Flare Mirror or Royal Knights versus Hunters. Royal Knights Hunters, Blue Flare. Yeah, I get that. I get that. And I want to make sure I give them enough time here. So, hit 5. Just want to make sure everyone has a moment here. Yeah, Royal Knights Hunters. Okay, okay. I got you. I got you. Yeah, okay. So we have everything set up for our top players here. And it's going to be a fun time. All these players have guaranteed themselves some top cut prizing after playing the 4 rounds of Swiss. It was really close. The only person that had to buy was V Passion, but he won out all his other rounds, being the only undefeated in Swiss. And everyone else definitely did really well as they did their best to pull themselves through this very competitive bracket. But just in case anyone needs to step away for a restroom or grab some food, because I know we've been going since 2 o'clock Central Time, so almost the past 4 hours. I want to make sure everyone has a moment to breathe, especially if your matches go to time often. But yeah, I will go ahead and get our table set up, though, for our first stream match, which will start in like 2-3 minutes, so please stand by. we were talking about tiebreakers. I told you, you were on the bubble of a tiebreaker working. It came down to opponent's match win percentage. Yeah, long story short, the math is how well not your opponents did, but the opponents of your opponents and their win rates, because it was an exact tie for that first tiebreaker. You've got lots of strong players, I will say. And I will say 3 of the 3 players I expected to be top 4 made top 4. So I have bets on who I'm expecting to be a little stronger overall, and you guys are definitely in that bucket. But nonetheless, you guys are going to be the first stream set because people would prefer this over a blue flare mirror. Okay. Good luck, guys. Okay, folks. Let's go ahead and turn on our webcam locals. Grab our correct screen here. And boop. But yeah, these are 2 players that I've talked with for a long time, and they've been very consistent in the Digimon scene. Multiple top 16s in Ultimate Cups and regionals. So I don't think it's any surprise that we saw V Passion made it, and I think Michael's more surprised himself that he won the tiebreakers, but him and Tara were both super strong contenders as well. But depending on how this goes, I think Blue Flare on paper has a better Royal Knight matchup. Like, it's no surprise that they've gone against the Blue Flare players already, so they know the players and the decks. But let's see how we do, though. Starting out with Gumdra and Yu. Not the optimal opener for Hunters, but it's still a strong opener. And then we respawn with an Omekamon. So are we going to opt to use turn a main phase effect? We are, just to get that Gumdra underneath. We're probably going to see a level 4 here. We're effectively going to be drawing 2 after we swing with the Shoutmon here. Shoutmon effect, play out the Fixer. So we have 2 teamers that we're going to draw 2 cards, thanks to 2 purple inherits. The first check, no surprise, you're going to see Shoutmon crash. You got to proc Money first, because if you don't proc Money first, the Digimon will be saved underneath the tamer, no longer in the trash to resolve the deletion effect. As I said, I played a little bit of Hunter, so I kind of know the spiff of what the deck does. I've not played a lot of Royal Knights, but I'm very practiced against it. And I just struggle with math for Royal Knights. That's all it is, folks. But so right now, we have to think. The really strong part for this matchup is the quad Watchmaker 3 Clockmons for Hunters. That is how we're able to swing safely into security. As I think there's not even a punish in security, if I recall correctly, for Hunters, unless you're playing like the Royal Knight security build, like it's more control oriented. You have a really solid matchup here. And we're going to see a Shoutmon cross playing out a teamer, putting the opponent 2. We're going to see a second Fixer, so we'll get 3 cost reductions effectively next turn. You essentially becomes a 2 cost reduction on its own. Swing security. We see a Clockmon, so our mech is able to get the tuck underneath, so the reduction for the next Royal Knight is going to be 3, 4, 5 memory. Right, no, 6. It's 6. I have to remember, you start 3 with the first Yugi, and then it's 4, 5, 6. But seeing there's already pressure being placed, and we see a clock in the trash is actually really scary, because that Shoutmon King can swing security, save itself, and then use its other save effect to bring the Clockmon back, so then you can see a rookie cross with a Fixer to digivolve into a Arrestor. There's no Watchmaker though, so it gives me a little bit more faith that it's not going to be a super quick match. And sorry, guys, I'm talking a little fast here. I'm just trying to map out my thoughts as I see a plays coming out here and what I'm looking at for each player. Because right now we have, what is that tucked underneath? Is that a Leopard or an Ulforce for Royal Knights? I didn't quite catch that. Because I don't think we're going to see a Genku play come out here. But Dynas would be a solid search just to get pieces if we're missing pieces. Because you're not drawing a lot as Royal Knights. We actually see a Gallant coming down on play. Pop that Shoutmon. Shoutmon's going to go ahead and save himself and then save one other card of save trash, and he's going to get that clock right away. Not wasting any time knowing that is one of the key cards he needs for this matchup. Yeah, Gallant being another name and being really cheap to play is actually a really nice play overall, and it saves the damage from the Shoutmon stack. But if we have a... So after the hatch, we have to do our main phase effects. So are we going to use U? Is what it comes down to. I don't think you opt to use U unless you have a very large hand, which you did get 2 purple inherit draws early on. Okay, so we are opting to use the Omni Shot for another memory. If we have a Watchmaker, it's a great time for him to come down. So then we can go to Rookie and Raising. And I think you guys heard a little bit of the pre-talk between the players. They're trying to figure out. Well, Michael said, "I'm pretty sure V Passion's got. He's my playtest partner. Like, you always got to try it out because I think this matchup's more doable than you realize. It does come down to having really strong plays and seeing how well they roll. I want to see Psychmon come out for crossing 2 when you go into Shout or Psychmon. You're able to yoink out a source. You're going to see 2 sources going underneath this Psychmon, so you're going to see a free level 4 here. Level 4 we're seeing is either a Shoutmon or a Dame. We see Shoutmon immediately for free draw. We're going to go ahead and fail actually a Tamer. And now we're counting our sources because we're going to see an Omni Shout play here actually. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Starts at a base of 4 at 3 for every 2. So if you add 6 to 4. Is it 4? Because it goes 4, 7, 10, 13. 13. Okay, so it was 13. Then he goes into a Taiki for 3. So we actually just saw Michael get denied a Gallantmon tucked underneath a Drazel. It does. Next Royal Knight does cost 8 less. Yeah, I got 7 and that. So 8 less. We're going to see Dynas come down here. So we see Kentaurus, Ulforce, Alpha, and Genku. Sadly, the Alpha will not stop the other bodies from cheating out. Oh, Dynas is trash. Make sure we're trashing for Dynas. Real quickly, make sure we trash for Dynas. Yeah, he did. It's all good. All good. It's all good. Okay. Yeah, it's one of those easy things to forget to do when you're playing through this matchup. But Persia Royal Knight's coming down for 3. He'll get fixed to 3 anyways, thanks to the Tech Guru, but he's going to be tucking under a Kentaurusmon into his stack here. So Dynas on field, Kentaurus underneath. This is basically a way to set up and say, I'm going to reduce my next play cost regardless of what you do to my field, and there's no tamers for you to tuck stuff under either. So we're going to see that rookie raise, and we're going to see start a main phase. We got a Taiki and a U. We're probably going to do Taiki first because you always do the free cycle. And then U is the one you could opt to not use, but it will let you do a lot more plays than you're used to doing. Because 4 memory lets you do 2 rookies and digivolving into 2 level 4s for free. But we're opting not to use U, which is fair. We see Omni Shot going for 2 checks, drawing 3 cards. First check is the Jasmine, so it will die, and there's no egg in source. But I think we might be able to close out game. Maybe. I mean, we don't have a Watchmaker, so it's not guaranteed yet. We get a free level 4, though. Yeah, so Watchmaker comes down here. Tutor's top 3. You can't grab Watchmaker, you can grab Dame, and you can grab Arrestor. Arrestor's probably to grab here because you want to guarantee it for one of your rushing plays, unless you need the blocker in here, which I don't think you need as much, right? Well, I guess it doesn't make sense to grab Arrestor if you can just swing with the rookie anyways. So I'm probably going to be reading his hand as having an Arrestor in it already, and this is the Dame he's going to use over Gumdra. He's just going to double check his resources here. Like, I think they're both valid plays, but you just have to have an Arrestor in hand already to not want to grab it, I feel. But also, I'm not the one playing in the finals here. I might be missing something entirely as well. So free level 4 is going to be that Dame we draw first, and then we do the gotcha effect. Top 3, do we get a Tamer? We missed the Tamer, we bought like a Quartzmon too. Quartzmon doesn't do a whole lot in this matchup until after your opponent's done the Omnimon play. But we do see Watchmaker give Damemon an extra check. Ikaki does get minus 2k to the Dynas for all that matters in case he has another Omni Shout play coming up. So we have 4 sources, which means Shoutmon pops a 4, 7, 10k, which he will be able to pop the Dynas now. But that's also scary because you are losing all your sources. And you would only be able to have 2, effectively 3, because U gives you an extra 1, which means you're at 4, which means you can go into a rookie. If it's Gumdra, you tuck. If it's Psych, you grab. If it's Drac, you cycle. Then on the Royal Knight side, Michael has to get through 4 security still. To get through 4 security, giving Rush to Kentaurus actually does impact it because it has a win attacking restand effect that gives a 6k drain. Yeah, we're seeing another Watchmaker because we don't want to go into a level 5 if we have one. Because Superior Mode doesn't do enough here to make it worthwhile. Nothing to tuck the Dynas under. We want to see another Purge and Royal Knights. This one's being played, so you draw a card, then you tuck a Royal Knight. This is a great way to play around Superior Mode. The only issue is he will have to address that stack on field. Or get a blocker. That's actually another really solid play. He will get fixed to 3 still from Taguru. So now it comes down to him getting 2 rush stacks with Arrestors. Because he swings with Dame, gets blocked, and he swings with an Arrestor, then he swings with an Arrestor. I think is his line of play here. But the Crania forcing the attack is actually really nice too, but there's nothing to tuck Crania under, so Michael's doing really well by not overextending his board or getting a fixer when he doesn't need it. Just want to point that out, that he's doing a really solid job of maintaining his board against his opponent. So we're going to see the start of main effects of Taiki to get a free draw. Then I imagine we're going to see the start of main effect for you if we have the second rush level 4 in hand. Because the Watchmakers are effectively just Tamers here. It doesn't matter because I don't think we see Holy Flame or Holy Waves. Yeah, we're going to gain that memory. And yeah, we're talking that Arrestor because we acknowledge that it's not going to do much for us right now. I mean, give you a bigger body, but you don't have any Drax in that Dame stack, and having no Drax means you can't swing over it safely. We will get our purple draw inherit, and he either lets it through to see if it's a Tamer, or if it doesn't die from a security check, or he chooses to block and give him sources to save. And I think letting it through is the better play here, which Michael opts to do, but it does crash, unfortunately, so you can't always plan around that. Yeah, the Ikakimon did get minus 2k for all that matters. But it's a Digimon effect. It's just a lingering DP drain. Get that Mani draw and then get a save. And he did have jamming in his stack. Okay, he had jamming in the Dame stack. Okay, so it doesn't die. Never mind. But the Drac does a 3-card cycle. we're seeing 2 sources slot underneath, which means we're going into a level 4 for free. It's going to force that Crania to block, which means if he has another arrestor, it is game. So there's the block. You save and save a second material. You got the 2 Tigurus still. And if he doesn't have it... Oh, yep, that's also game. That's also game. Yeah, Michael's doing the best he can to fight this uphill battle for that portion. It's possible for Royal Knights, but there's just so much removal that Hunters has. It makes it a little difficult. Not to mention, these are both really good players, so they've practiced this matchup multiple times. But we're going on to game 2 of our Top Cut. I want to make sure our other table's going all right. I don't see pings for a judge request, so it's still going. But I'm trying to think for blue flare mirrors, what is it that matters the most? Is it seeing your pieces faster? Is it seeing the starter Greymons? Is it just being efficient with your blazing boost? It might be a mix of both. And then like security bombs that can get in the way too. He's a really good pilot. Like, I will say a lot of my friends that are top players right now are on Hunters, and they make Hunters look like a very, very different deck with their play routes. And that's just from like the things the deck has to offer. Like, you're never going to see the deck get power crept out, I don't think, unless you see Siakos come into format. Like, you have lots of really nice lethal puzzles though with the deck. But yeah, if there was even a world though Michael got an extra blocker somehow or had a security bomb there, I guarantee you he was ready to go up with another rookie, go into a rester swing too. Like, there's just so much you can do with the deck, and 4 memory does a lot too. But we're going to see Michael start us out in game 2, and he has the Magnamon opener. Such a good opener here, especially for this matchup. Because all the tamers cost 3 or 4, which makes thresholds awkward. We're just going to choke the opponent at 1, though. I want to see the Taiki and the clock go to hand. Clock, like I mentioned before, is super crucial in this matchup. I want to see the Yagi hatch. We're going to see the draw for Magnamon leaving the field. So now we have a 5 cost reduction, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4 cost reduction. 4 cost 4. If it's a Dynas or, yeah, okay. Okay, I'm on board. But like I said, I promise I can do math sometimes when it comes to Royal Knights. It's just hard math. Dame gotcha. Dame whiffs. But we do put that arrestor and overflowing power towards the top of those bottom cards. Draw for the gum. Excuse me. It has a 4K body to... Is that a 3 or 4? I think it's a 3K. The blue flare mirror is whoever plays Blazing can jamming Red Greymon the next turn. I mean, that checks out. I'm not surprised. And we do see the Fixer played out for V-Passion there. But we see Royal Knights is looking really good right now. We got 7 reduction from the Yggdrasil, got 8 and 9 from the 2 Royal Knights, so 9 less. We're going to see the Old Force come down, strip, and then bounce the Dame to hand. You see he's in a super solid spot for Michael. Draw for the Omeka. So now from here, Michael could potentially get to a win before we realize it. Because sucks the Old Force. Omeka puts another body in there, so he's going to be 1 Royal Knight short. But as long as he can choke his opponent, I think he could sneak out lethal in the next turn if he has the optimal hands. Kentarismon actually would give lethal. If he gets a Kentarismon tucked under with Omeka, and then he plays Omni, because Kentaris can restand. As long as it doesn't check a Quartzmon. And that's why Kentaurus is like a random one of, because like it does have a role. You're not going to use its on play to tuck a yellow option in most builds, but it does happen from time to time. You see the Dame come down. Passion's looking hard. He needs to get a tamer. He gets the Taiki here. He does get the Taiki. Quartz goes to the bottom. And with how most Hunter decks are now, you see most 2 Quartz Mons. Seeing 1 in there means that Kentaurus is more likely to live if it goes for an aggressive play. And we're just seeing an Arrestor here for 4 to become a blocker. And he does have enough to tuck the Ult Force underneath the Omega. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Michael just got denied a really strong play here. So now Passion's debating, do I let it go through? He does. He gets rewarded. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, folks. I totally forgot the Arrestor can tuck underneath the Omega. I was ready for Michael just to charge up another Royal Knight. Technically, too. Oh. But he is doing what he can. So 789. So Knights coming down for 1 memory, searching top 4 for 2 Royal Knights. We're going to see Jesmon, and depending on what his hand has, it's going to be the Omni, because typically the Alpha is not that good in this matchup. It only really stops Quartzmon from attacking, and seeing 1 go to the bottom of the deck just shows it's probably not happening. Well, I think this is a solid Jesmon play. It will pop the Arrestor, and there's not really good value you get out of it dying, because only your level 4s will save the sources. The level 5s are when your sources will disappear, basically. So now the question is, with 8 memory, is it possible for a kill here? Because we're going to see a Taiki cycle more than likely, and then if we have another Watchmaker, we can give 3 checks. I mean, technically, folks, if we see 2 Watchmakers come from a hand, you can give +3 checks on the Gumdra stack, and if he has Superior Mode and Jamming, he just wins. Because neither of these guys are a blocker. That's like uber high roll potential, though. We're talking uber high roll potential. Right, because he goes from 8 to 6, and then you go into any level 4, it doesn't matter, suspend 1 Tamer, and then go into an Arrestor for game. So the question is, how many Arrestors have we seen? We've seen 1 get... Yep, there's the first Watchmaker. Get a Hunter and a safe card. Yeah, we don't want a Dame anymore. Dame's been played enough. We're good. Oh, there's the second one. Folks, are we going to see the game here? He just needs to see a Superior Mode. And he can still draw for his inherits. Oh, he's digging hard to see that Superior Mode. He's going to be tucking another card underneath. So we get a free level 4 still. Get all the purple inherits we can to make sure we increase our odds as fast as possible. Yep, there's your free level 4. We're going to watch 3 Watchmakers give it +3 checks. We're going to see him draw 2 cards for 2 purple inherits with jamming. So that's 4 checks on an Arrestor stack. Then Superior Mode's game. Does he have it? I think he has it. And that's game, folks. That was the 8 memory play to go for game and punish. Like, I think Michael did a very reasonable play. You don't expect your opponent to have all the Watchmakers. But, like, that's just a route you can have sometimes. Like, if you end up having all the cards. That is the first round in Top Cut here. Yeah, I told you guys, 8 memory. It's double Watchmaker into Arrestor for game. Yeah, very well played from V Passion there, though. Holy cow, that was something there, folks. So let's go ahead and peek how table 2 is doing. But we already have our first deck confirmed for a finals match. So, taking a step back, folks, we just watched all the security be cleaved in one turn. So between Blue Flare here, we see 0 security versus 3 security. And we're seeing Decker Grace going to Decker Grays. We have 2 Nene Carrillas. Yeah, I know. I think we were all on the same page. We're like, okay, this is a route. This is a route. And then we saw it happen. We're like, oh, he had it. He had all the pieces. It was something else. And like I said, I don't think Michael should have expected that. Like, I think he played as well as he could have. Like, he was starting to come back. He had some plays. The arrestor tucking the old force was a little gross, and then the Omega not dying. It happens sometimes. Sorai, the beer match. Guys, remember when we were talking about how do you win this matchup? Did anyone have a Sorai in their checklist? Oh. And I'm not sure which game this is either. I'll find out once we're done with the game here. But Blue Flare here, we see a Kazuha. So Kazuha, I imagine, probably cheated out with Blazing Membus or a Kaiser Nail at some point. But yeah, that was such a dopamine rush. What? What are you wedding to? Are you wedding to this mirror match of who said Sorai was going to be a defining card? That's what I'm trying to say. My brain's rushing. My brain's a little dopamine rush from watching that last thread. But yeah, right now this blue flare mirror looks like it's coming down to Sorai's denying turns of swinging, unless you're going to digivolve over a Metal Gray into a Decker, which I wouldn't expect. Yeah, we're seeing it looks like a scoop going into the next game. Oh, wedding to this mirror match. Here, let me ask. Hey guys, is this game 2 or 3, or are we done with the set? We're going to game 3 now? Awesome. Good luck, folks. Yeah, we get to see your guys' last game. Between Michael and V Passion, V Passion took it. You're wedding to this mirror match? Okay, that checks out. That checks out. Yeah, I don't mind telling them because if they just look at standings, they'll see the same result anyways. But I think Hunters has a much better chance into Blue Flare. Just comes down to how aggressive Blue Flare opens up and how solid we see Hunters open up too. And it's regardless of the build. You're like, if they hit a Sorai, they hit a Sorai type of thing. And I think both of the players are playing that. But I'll be real, I haven't done a whole lot of Blue Flare versus Hunters. One weird tech I don't think either of them are running is the Siakomon. I have been Siakomon in my run history of Blue Flare Hunter matchups. We see the Galson raising from EX4. It's basically setting up a turn where if we cross, we get an extra draw. And we do have the Dual Tamer to play along with 2 searches here. So we gotta add the 2 cards to hand first. and then we can play out that dual tamer. Assuming you don't have dual tamer in the hand, which would be an awkward misplay. Pick up a Zeeg could matter. Pick up a Decker Gray, I don't think matters as much. The Mailbird could matter just as a source. Yeah, and then we get the dual tamer. How much are you willing to bet we're going to see the same play mirrored back and then watch them get some advantage of some sort? Hatchwania, Gauss and Raising, EX4 Gauss. Okay, we're looking pretty similar. We get Greymon, not a Blazing Boost. Top 4. Get the Metal Gray to hand and the Cyber to hand. If I get Cyber Launcher and Decker Greymon mixed up, I apologize, folks. I'm doing my best. And we're just going to play the dual tamer. We're not going to spend 5 memory to gamble it when we can just guarantee it. I think that's a very fair response as well. Raise, start a main, gain a memory. So we actually don't have the pieces to cross with, so we're just going for the Wanya draw here. And we find the Korea. That is going to be really big, guys. Starting your turn with 4 memory compared to potentially starting with 2 memory. It's going to give a lot more for Margarito here in game 3 of their set. We see a Korea come down and then pass the opponent. See a draw. Imagine we want to see a raise and then the memory go up to 4. Because we not only get the Gauss draw, but get the Wanya draw as well. Yeah, we see Gaussmon raised here. Going up to 4 after the main phase starts. It's like we can even see the Greymon swing here and not really be punished. We're going to see the Gaussmon swing here. We can't cross yet, but we're crashing here. We're trying to make this as even as possible. Now we swing security. We find the Kazuha, so we're going to save. But I will say, my heart is still racing from watching that last set. It was a really... I know it was a little lopsided towards passion there, but just watching the play pop off was really exciting. Now we'll get a Blazing here. So both players have their 2 tamers. The difference is we get a Blazing here. Get 2 cards to add to hand, which is probably really solid to start getting Margarito on pace for being efficient with this crossing. Do we care about the stun Metal Gray, though, or do we want the source stripping one? Because I think if you get the source stripping one, you can play into another route a little better. But we grab the Metal Gray here, the BT10 Metal Gray, so we can get stuns on other Metal Grays. I actually think that is the better one to go for here. Opponent goes to 3, but they will not go to 4 because you crashed the Gaussmon, so... Super solid there. Both have 4 security. I don't think we'll see any OTK potential. Let's see, what is... So we search here. Because if we cross with BT10 Melgray into the red starter Greymon, you're doing 2 checks, going to Zeeg, swing 2 more checks. I don't think either one of these people are on the BT9 Metal X. I think a Cyber Launcher actually could be solid here as well. If you bot deck that Greymon. I see starter Greymon, and I can't tell which Mailbird that is. I think it's the restand one. Yeah, you didn't get that main. You didn't get that main memory. But if you bot deck that Greymon, it could punish the potential boarding of it if you bot deck it, which makes crossing a little bit more difficult, but I'm assuming they might have the pieces anyways. Two checks, 1K in Korea. there's the cyber. Tucking another cyber. Because we do that, that Greymon gets bot decked. And play another dual tamer. So now not only do we have the security advantage, but we bot decked that Greymon, which means you have to have more pieces in your hand. You do have the Gaussmon to get the Wanya draw and for the free play. Start a main, you will gain another memory. Yeah, I think you're kind of forced into using that. Get the Wanya draw. Check is a male bird, so it will die and play a level 4 lower blue flare card from hand. But for anyone who's just joining us, we are in our circuit semifinals. We've made our top cut after 4 rounds of Swiss, and our top 4 players are playing it out for top 4 prizing. Whoever wins this will meet V Passion in the finals, playing Hunters. And get our draws from our Decker Dramon here. So we have 5, potentially 7 memory. Is there a world you win this matchup here? You can cross twice, but you can't Zeeg for free. And having 2 dual tamers is really good here. Because even if you go into EX4 Metal Grade and strip sources, you can just cross from trash. Okay, so I was going to say, you can't stun the stack with this current setup. If you're going to EX4 Metal Grade, you can stun it. Because you would strip and then stun. We have jamming on the stack, I believe. Jammed through that 1k Gaussmon. And I think regardless of what happens, it might just be game after this turn for either side. If you see a Sorai here, you strip down that Decker, but then he can cross using sources from trash. Check one with a Gauss. Or check... Yeah, Sorai doesn't even protect him from game. Excuse me. Zeeg, restand. Don't forget your draw. Yeah, I got the draw there. Okay, there you go. Yeah, my heart's still pounding, racing, just because, like, I see how close this match is, and it can go either player's way at this point. The ice wall, that's actually a really good response to protect yourself, as long as you don't see the, and then the Sorai, okay. I think it's as defensively as you can play in this spot, but if you can cross into Metal Gray using starter Greymon, it won't matter still, because you got the 2 dual teamers to basically pay for the ice wall swing. Start a main game 2. Got BT 10 Metal Gray, pulling the starter Gray from trash, I imagine. Or Mailbird for jamming. Actually, that for 3 going to 2. Draw for Gauss, yep. Swing, jamming, 2 checks. Paying 2 if there's a memory gain effect. Game, and then Gauss goes for game. Margarito taking game 3 of the blue flare mirror. I will say, guys, that was a very close set. Like, it's still exciting to watch because these are super strong players mapping out their security damage and their win cons. But still, top 4 finishes are super strong for all our players still. Because it's not only a top 4 finish just from today's tournament, but it's also a top 4 finish from our overall season. We had 20 tournaments, and from the 20 tournaments, these are the 11, or technically there's 18 people that had invites to get us to this point. Oh, not intermission. I'll show you my face. Yo. Looks like a repeat. Yeah, they did face each other in the finals of Swiss. So now they're going for who gets the final prizings, right? Yeah, so V Passion 2 owed Margarito in Swiss. So now we'll see, is it going to be the same result? Yeah, go to the admin side. Yeah, our final match is determined. And this is also my first time I've had a stream not die out on me in a moment, guys. So I'm really happy about that. And it looks like it's been going pretty well so far. It's a sign. Yeah, it's going to be close. Can you make sure the match got reported? I'm not, for some reason, I can't modify as an admin to push this next round. I don't know if there's something with how Top Cut works. Excited to see this series finale for this anime. You know, we're vibing. We're having a good time. We're having a good time. Yeah, if you can't do it, don't sweat it because we know what the match is going to be. It's just for limitless reporting, so I have results because this goes on Digimon Meta and a few other sites like that. You got okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, for some reason it won't let me do it on the admin side. It might just be the fact that I don't know what I'm doing sometimes. Maybe I have to fix something on my side. If I do, let me know. I'm pretty sure that's how it should work. You got update easy. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. A real top 4 contender there. I appreciate it. But yeah. Super excited though. Super excited. Yeah, but as an admin, we have a different. Be passion figure out quickly. Okay, okay, awesome, awesome. Because I know for admin side, if it's just regular Swiss, it's a little easier to just like update results, reset the round. But if you're in Top Cut, they might just have an extra layer of security. I have their guidebook on hand just in case I need to look it up. Yeah. But yeah, Michael, I don't know if you saw, but when you gave him 8 memory, I think you did what you should have done there. Like, it was your cheapest play to remove the threat on board because if it stayed on board, you had the Watchmaker Valley guaranteed, right? But expecting him to have both Watchmakers, I think you played around what was realistic there. I really think you did. But if they have the pieces, they have the pieces sometimes. But yeah, this is our final round, though. 4 rounds of Swiss, and then 2 rounds for Top Cut. Yeah, in Swiss, V Passion is able to take down Margarito 2-0, so we'll see if we get the reverse sweep or if we see the same sweep again or a close set even. But for anyone who participated in today's tournament, I'm going to send a message out for y'all to shoot me messages on Discord so I have your info I need to send out pricing for participation or for Top Cut. Yeah, 3rd and 4th have the same pricing though, so I wasn't going to leave that one up to Swiss standings as much. But you can take pride in that still. You can take pride in that still. Yeah, anyone who's joining in, welcome. This is our final round of the webcam series, season 2 circuit. It's going to be between V Passion and Margarito, both really strong players that have shown consistent results in our online events and local events, I imagine, as well. I know everyone's excited to see how this wraps up. And I will be right back with y'all here in just a moment, though. Okay, guys. Thank you for your patience there. We're getting our players set up and accommodated. Just make sure we're all on the same page. I'm going to change my screen capture now, though, to this view. So y'all should be able to see the screen now. But our players are getting set up. I'm going to go ahead and drop our link here. Okay. Yeah, our players are getting set up here. Hunters versus Blue Flare, folks. How do we feel this match is on paper? If I had the YouTube poll, actually, I might be able to set up a poll for y'all. Hype, let's go. I know. So many people were rooting on here. Like, V-Passion, I know, is a friend of yours. Michael, he's in your playtest group. Margarito, it's a local that a lot of my friends are well acquainted with. So we have people rooting on both sides here. But we got Blue Flare opening with the BT10 Gaussman and raising. Now he's debating, like, he knows what this matchup is. He has to be careful with the memory he gives him, and he's just passing over 3. Nothing to play. So he's, yeah, Hunters beat Hunting. Hunters 80%. Yeah. It's a strong matchup, not to mention really strong pilot. We see the Gumdrone raising. So now it comes down to, we got the Watchmaker opening played. You think the Quartz is going to win it for them? It's very possible. Quartz is really good, but most Hunters lists aren't on the double Quartz anymore. So one thing we have to be aware of, I mentioned it before, this Gaussman's not guaranteed to die into security because there's so many tamers in this deck. Like, if he swings, he gets the body, that's really good still. But chipping away, there we go. We get the Psychmon, so he does die, and he gets to play a level 4 lower Blue Flare for free. This is a best of 3. Yeah, I agree. I think it is going to be similar. Oh, he's just straight up going 3 into Metal Gray here. He just says, I can't respond. I just have to be aggressive. Swing 2 checks. He says, you have your Clockmon Watchmaker for multiple checks? I got my Metal Gray Mon for my multiple checks. And he goes in the Cyber Launcher for 2. He has Armor Purge. I don't think he has anything to tuck, but it's a pretty solid start for Blue Flare. 3 damage on turn 2, guys. 3 damage on turn 2. So now we're thinking we probably push the Gumdra here. Now start a main. Are we going to activate you for the memory, going up to 3? Essentially having 4 if you're using your Hunter lines. Gets you more sources. But I will say this is probably a little bit rougher of a start for Hunters here. Opening up a U over Taiki. He did have a Watchmaker, which helps. Watchmaker's a really good start still. Yeah, we're still in that main phase debating what we're going to tuck. And this is untimed finals. We don't have a timer running. Because we're not going to finish it on someone winning in time because they win game 1, they didn't get to game 2, you know. So this does enable a Watchmaker to be played here if we need to. We're going to be slotting that Clockmon underneath, going into a level 4 for 1 less memory, going to Damemon. We'll draw for Evo, then we'll play the Gotcha game. This Gotcha game is going to be really big. We get a U, which is good, but it's not as strong as a Taiki or the Taiguru, obviously. I imagine we might see the jamming get 1 draw with Damemon. Jamming 1 check and 1 draw for Gum. We find the Zeeg, so we jammed it thanks to Clock. And the jamming's not optional. Eggs. Why are we saying eggs? Did I miss something, chat? What are you talking about, Phasma? Just cross things? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Watchmaker for 3. Choking the opponent at 1 is actually a very big thing here because it denies a Zig Gray play unless they run Hammer Sparks. So we see the Wanya hatch going into a Gauss or a Drek. It's a Drek. Okay. So we have 2 checks Armor Purge on our level 5 here. There's only one Digimon. There's no piercing. He could choose to go for Dame, but I think going over Dame is not the route you want to go necessarily. And playing a Tamer enables him to use a Rest or Superior mode as removal. So 2 checks, I'm imagining. Yeah, 2 checks jamming. Finds a Shoutmon King and a Shoutmon King. That security did not treat him super well. Now if he goes into another Cyber Launcher, if he tucks, or he doesn't have to tuck, he just has it. So he can put the Damimon to the bottom of the deck, right? Yeah. Denies the Undeletion, gets rid of sources. There's nothing in play for V-Passion here. So he has to be able to draw, hatch, start main, tuck 2 sources under to use, cross into a rookie, go into a arrestor, and then go into a superior mode to swing over, but it has Armor Purge, double Armor Purge. I think that's just game. Is there an out Hunters has a Cyclone Quartz? Like, I'm trying to think, can they get through it? A Gumdra to tuck another source doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you dominate. Like, you just have to straight up Quartz here. So you have to have the Psychmon Astamon combo. Yeah, he popped off real well, and his opponent just didn't see an out there. You see a Psych and Raising here. Like, I think this has to be a Psych Warp Astamon play to get into Quartz potentially, right? Yeah, because Psych Cross for 2, reduce the Evo into Astamon from 4 to 2. You have 10 memory exactly. Yeah, I don't think he has it then. Why are you saying eggs? I'm going to mute you, Phasma, if you keep saying eggs. I know you're my friend, but I'm going to mute you. So he has a blocker. He does have a blocker now. That is a really big deal. But he has 2 swings coming in. Two checks. Draw 2. He dies. Save and super save. Yeah, we're just going to the next game. Why eggs? I don't know. I don't know. Oh. Do you want me to send that egg meme to you, Phasma? I can send you that egg meme. Y'all may not get it in chat, but she knows what it means. Yeah, we're going to game 2. Both players are shuffling up, getting ready for. So it's not a 2-0 against Mark this time. But I will say that was a heck of a good hand for Blue Flare and a rough hand for Hunters. Like, the Watchmakers made it a playable match for a bit. But that Cyber Launcher just destroyed any chances they had left. Why the sleeves? Like, yeah, they're the original Digitama egg sleeves, I guess. Or one of the original ones. Oh, yeah, that would make sense too, to tuck the Cyber Launcher with a Tamer from Security. That would make sense. That or the Nene Korea. Yep, okay. Okay, I see that. I actually wasn't even thinking of that out. But the issue is, like, he still had Rookie and Raising, so he still had it. Yeah, Cyber Launcher putting in work there. We're seeing Hunters keep their hand. We're seeing Blue Flare Mole. They said this hand is not workable enough for me. I think he might be aggressively molding for a metal gray to cross with the is it, yeah, Mailbird, so you get the 2 checks right away too. Yeah, the fact that he had double armor purge made that such a difficult thing to respond to, though. But I think that's the first game V Passions lost all day too. You didn't get yours in time. Sorry. I wish you had the cards you were wanting for your optimal lineup. Okay, so let's see Gumdra and Taiki for 3. So this means that V Passion's able to go into any level 4 he wants next turn off of 1 memory. So now we're asking, does Blue Flare want to get a body on board? It's optimally it's a Blazing Mem boost. And the Blazing Mem boost hitting. But if he's able to cross Metal Gray with starter Greymon, I would honestly consider that too. But he doesn't have that, so he's doing Blue Greymon from BT10, search top 4. Finding Gauss, Mailbird gets added, Gauss gets added, the rest gets bound because Red Greymon's not searchable here. So if there's a Shoutmon that we can put in sources, it can pop the Greymon, and he won't be able to save it, which kind of matters. So now it's a really tough spot. Like, I imagine we push out every time here. I want to activate Taiki. Charge and draw is what I say. Gain the gum underneath is really valuable here because it means he's going to be drawing 2 cards into any level 4 he goes into. Draw for Evo. Does he have a Tamer to cheat out with the Shoutmon? He fails the free Tamer. Looks like. Or he's debating. I think he just missed it. We will see the superior mode for 4. In a turn, we're going to attack, draw 2 cards, and Shoutmon pops Greymon. And I think that is a very conservative play here. When he gets his 1 check, finding another Greymon. So he is at 4 memory now. So if he has a Tamer, he can get force a draw with the Wanya. Oh, he's just swinging. He's missing pieces. There's no blocker. Oh, we're just going to say if you attack, lose 2 memory. I believe that's the Mailbird we're looking at, right? This is a rough hand for Margarita. It's a 5k body, so it won't get popped by Shoutmon. But if there's a way you can get in the Quartzmoth and Yukakimon, I guess it could come up. So if he swings, it passes turn from the Mailbird there. And having 1 memory is really weird to work with here. Yeah, I think it might be a game 3 situation too, unless Blue Flare just absolutely gets insane value from security. So Watchmaker, we get Digimon with Save and a card with Hunters. We grab Clockmon every time here because we want to make sure we jam through when we're doing our multi-swing stack. And then we are attacking with Arrestor. Get 2 more draws. Pay 2 memory for it. There's only 1 Digimon on field too, so it's not really possible to swing for all the checks, I don't think. Yeah, I think we are going to game 3, but because they're not timed, they can play it out just to see if there's like any awkward outs, like if there's an ice wall in security to pass turn with, if there's a Sorai in security to deny lethal with. Like, they will play for those smaller outs because, like I said, it is a best of 3, no time. But I do agree, it is looking really rough for Blue Flare here. They can swing if they want, and it won't impact much because I guess you don't save it, which matters. Yeah, he's just swinging. It's 2k psych, so it lives, so he can cross using that same male bird if he has the pieces in hand. I'm trying to think what his hand is to be this rough, though. We're seeing the Blazing Mumboos for 5. We have the Dual Tamer to play for free. We got a Greymon and a Gaussmon, or a Greymon and a Dual Tamer to add to hand. So Greymon's coming to hand. Everyone, I just want to point out, like, Blue Flare is basically max rarity, but look at that ugly Sorai. He has the wrong Sorai. It looks like he's adding the Gauss to hand as well. I think it's the only not max rarity card right now is that one Sorai. But as you can tell, these players are near and dear and true to their decks they play. So the good thing for Blue Flare here is I don't think there's a lethal puzzle that can be solved here with the current setup. We're hiding and raising, so yeah, there's definitely not one I can see. We're just swinging over it to draw 2 more cards. There's no Pearson, no Pearson. All Sorai are the wrong Sorai. Yeah. I mean, being left at 1 memory is so rough here to work with, but like next turn, Margarita will have effectively 4 memory to work with because he can promote Gauss, Dual Tamer procs. Oh, I got an ad. When should we start season? Do we want to do another circuit series? Because I'm fine with doing it. I just want to make sure there's a time split up. Yeah, Watchmaker grabbing the Taiguru and the Dame. You might be able to grab Overflowing Power. I'm actually not sure offhand. Yeah, we can't forget Rusty Spearmint will attack security again if he wants it to. It's optional. He doesn't have to. Because it says you may attack, and it doesn't have jamming, so like there's a legit world you don't want to. I mean, you also have double Watchmakers, like, it fixes that math anyways. So we effectively have 5 memory to work with. We get a draw from Wanya, there's 3 security. So there is a world he could win here, actually. Swing, draw from Wanya. If it crashes, he gets the Gauss play. If it doesn't crash, he finds a Taiki, which means he B-Passion's guaranteed a hand to work with next turn with double Watchmaker live. But yeah, I'll discuss with you, Michael, if we want to do a Circuit Season Series 3. I'm totally down for it. Yeah, the time commitments are hard for me too, because like I run locals on Mondays and Fridays, and then I've been judging IRL events on weekends or online events on weekends, so that makes it inconsistent. The only time I can like personally run it is Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. But there's already crowds for other online locals during those times. So that's what makes it a little rough for me. So then I don't want to rely too much on Michael. I love Michael. He's a great person. He has very high integrity. Like, I trust him with a lot of stuff. But I don't want to overwork him for working more than playing, you know? If he's happy with it, I'll let him run it, but I don't want to force it on him. I mean, yeah, I get that. And it's so easy to, like, it's super fun to run, but it can get tiring after a while. Because, like, if it's Digimon, you will host. You like Digimon. I love Digimon too. The community is really awesome. I love seeing how everyone supports each other here. If players come, you'll be there for them. I appreciate you a lot, Michael. I really do appreciate you. But like, I was thinking of like potentially restructuring it so we don't have a circuit series, but rather like we'll just do webcam locals at cheaper entry costs to make it easier for people to join. And then once a month, I run like a big tournament with a top cut, kind of like today, except it's like open to anyone playing. I mean, you learn a lot spectating. You really do. So like, from watching V Passion play today, there's a lot of routes I think people can pick up on. And I mean, heck, myself, I learned about different routes I wasn't thinking of for hunters. It's a deck that's just very dynamic with a lot to do here. Wait out, yeah. Oh dang, we're seeing the mailbird again. Yeah, I was going to say, I think we're seeing that potential game 3 spot, folks. Unless it's like ice walls insecurity. Actually, no, he denies lethal. Right? No, he doesn't deny lethal unless there's a. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You have double watchmaker for your arrestor stack. As long as it doesn't die, I think you have it. Like, if you hit ice wall or whatever in security, it doesn't matter. You finish resolving your 3 checks from superior mode. As long as he doesn't die to a Z Craig, it's fine. Is there a world you go quartz spawn? And we get the fixer out now. Double watchmaker, targeting Shout on because he has jamming, pay 0 memory because it's not the arrestor stack. Yeah, and there's the Zeke in case he swang with the arrestor. And folks, you said it. We're going game 3 here. Game 3 for our finals. You know, this is how I would want it to be. Any other way I wouldn't have it. 2-0 is like fine, it happens. But going to game 3 in the finals, like everything's on the line here for these players. uh, yeah, we've only been playing Digimon for the past like 5 hours, folks. It's not much. Not much. These players aren't fatigued at all. It's like a mini regional. Mini regional with an instant prize payout. And we watch it. All these players are super strong, and these are very, very skilled pilots. Like seeing these two in the finals, I'm not totally surprised. And I think I hinted to y'all earlier. There is some people I kind of hedged some bets on making top 4. Like I would have predicted making top 4, and the two in the finals, I was kind of leaning towards expecting to see them just because I've seen them play with a very long track record history of online events and doing well. And watching them play personally, you can tell when like you expect someone to do well, or when you're expecting them to just be prepared really well. If we're doing top 5 to the bottom, we're going to say the hand you would have had. Nope. I wish I got a brick. Yeah, Blue Flare's crazy with how volatile it is. Like that game 1 was so crazy aggressive for Blue Flare. Like it didn't even look like a normal game. Like you just said, cross for 3, swing 2 checks, and jamming. Like the jamming is what really like rubbed it in with the starter gray. Okay, question for you folks: what do you consider the max rarity starter Greymon? And I'm not counting the trophy one. I'm not counting the Nats top 16 trophy. Do you consider it to be Star Deck 11? Or do you consider it to be the full art pre-release? Do you consider it to be Judge Stamp? For me, I'm a toss-up. I got enough bricks to build a house today. You know, a lot of people are building houses today. Like, I'm surprised. Like, I know the housing market's kind of short here in Austin, so like, it's good value. It's good value to be building houses, but I don't know if you want to do that in Digimon. You know? uh, I can make bad jokes all day, folks. So you only got one more game to watch of me making crummy jokes. It's all good. It's all good. You think the full art from the pre-release is the max rarity starter gray? I like it. It looks good. It's just not shiny, I think, is the big complaint people had about it. Which is why I think people lean into the Star Deck 11 one, because it's shiny and it's an alternative art. It looks nice. Oh yeah, there's the Tamer Party pack one from the first Tamer Party. So I had the original Starter Deck 1 Greymons, but I sold them as soon as I got my Tamer Party ones. Because I got the Tamer Party ones before I moved to Austin. Like, the game store I used to go to said, hey, you do Digimon. We don't have other Digimon folks coming through too often. You can just have all these Tamer Party promos because we don't have time to run the events during COVID. So they just gave me, like, the sealed pack, and I gave them all to my friends that were locally playing Digimon with me. Yeah, I did too. I did too. So Dracmon cycle 1 after playing our fixer for 4. Leaving 2 memory for Blue Flare is actually a really smart move because it's just not enough for them to do anything impactful. Greymon swings. Like, I think Marg's just playing as aggressively as he can. I think it might be the best route to get damage done before his superior mode can do much. But not seeing Blazing Boost in the openers is absolutely such a volatile difference for game 1 and 2. Pick up the Zeke, pick up Cyber Launcher, I think is what he's probably doing here. I don't think the Drac matters. Then draw 4 Gauss. Yep, we get fixed to 3 thanks to Taiguru. But it's not a cycle tamer, so it's not as bad as it could have been. So you don't have to raise here, but you probably will just because you have the purple inherit to draw with. And that's like a really big deal with hunters, just getting that draw inherit. So I would probably swing with Drac first, save the Drac, Digivolve into a level 4. Well, actually, you don't save the purple source from Drac, you only save his top one. Yeah, so you will get the draw for the purple inherit. Check a metal gray, so he crashes and only saves the top source. You can suspend him to go into a level 4 for 1 less. Go into Dame, we draw, and then we're going to do our gotcha. We get the U, we get the U, so we play a U. Say goodbye to Gumdra in the second U. So if we go into superior mode, we can tuck either of the stacks we want. Yep, which is what we're doing. And we're going to be swinging security, drawing a card for the Gumdra inherit. Yeah, it's a fair question. Which one do you want to tuck? Do you want to tuck the Greymon or do you want to tuck the Gaussmon? If you tuck Gaussmon, you deny draw. If you tuck Greymon, you deny another source name. It's like they both have reasons to be tucked. Because Duanya's solid, especially if he ends up swinging security with the Gauss stack too. Or the Arrestor stack, which he is doing. Okay, he's good. He finds another metal gray. You know, the funny thing is, if there's a second Digimon field, the Gaussmon could restand potentially. There's enough tamers, so it lives. Oh, you found a way to clean up your card game's UI a bit? That's good. Getting a good UI is important, because apparently that's what's wrong with Battle Spirits. Apparently the big issue is the UI, right? Nothing else. Yeah, that makes sense. You think Gray Pile versus Yellow Vaccine will be most even, not too fun either? Yeah, I can agree. Yeah, I think they're both valid targets to tuck, because like if he plays an EX4 Gauss from hand, he draws 2, which is nice. But also, Superior Mode is in a very solid spot. Has a blocker inherit, has extra 2k, so it should live everything in security. Like, it lives over a Zeke. It doesn't live over an Omnimon, but I don't think there's an Omnimon in Margarita's list here. We're going to see a Blazing Boost for 5. You know, if he hits a Korea Nene, he gets solid value. No Tamers, though. So he probably picks up Mailbird and Meliburu, yeah. Bot decking the rest. Because I don't think there's going to be time for these other cards to impact the game state. Opponent's fixed to 3 anyways, so we're going to let him be at 3. Start a main of you. If you want to activate you, now's the time. But next turn, promoting a Gauss and then crossing into a Metal Gray can give him 2 extra cards, which is really nice. Yeah, we also saw the Ice Wall goes along the deck too, so like that's pretty darn big. So I don't think we play Watchmaker yet, do we? Because we don't have a way to get him online. I guess adding cards in hand's good. Basically get another stack ready to go. But also, like, I don't know. It looks like his hand has a bunch of tamers. Yeah, Watchmaker. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Clock and Taiki. Oh, we were valuing. Oh, we already have a clock. That's why. And also, Drac can fix the hand a bit. Like, you don't want to play the second Digimon. Yeah, play a Tamer and you're still building up your advantage. Attack security. Find a Z Greg. It doesn't have jamming, but has the Drac, so it lives the check. Draw. I want to see a raise from the Gauss. More than likely. Crack the Memboost. If we can, cross into a Metal Gray. If not, I guess we're slamming the Greymon for 4 again, right? Like, we have potentially 2 checks here if he crosses in the EX4 Metal Gray. Actually, does he have game with that? No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He's short a check. Because if he goes EX4 Metal Gray, he trashes the Damemon, probably the Dracomon, Swing Security Gauss, Swing. Oh, shoot. He's just swinging. He doesn't even have a thing to play after cracking the boost. This is his deck catching up to him after having a crazy game 1. Like, game 2 was, like, playable, but this is just looking rough, folks. Why didn't you do that before swinging with Gauss? I guess, oh, you wanted to bait the draw. You wanted to bait the block. That's what you wanted to do. Don't forget to draw from Gauss. Yeah, he's trying to bait the block is all it was. 2 checks and jamming. Cyber Launcher won't do anything here. Sorai can stop the Arrestor from being useful, I guess. And then the Direct can do, or the Gumdra can do 2 checks with Watchmaker going to level 4, tuck the Clockmon. I mean, it's just to get the most damage in possible, is all I'm referring to. Well, he's swinging with the Gauss to try to force the block. Like, I don't know if he needed to block there because you want to get free Tamers out when you can. But I think Mark's cooked here. Oh yeah, he can stun if he gets the right sources underneath. You are right. You are right. But like, he still has the Gumdra stack and raising, which can do everything he needs to. It's only 2 security, and 1 Watchmaker goes through 2. He just needs another superior mode for game. But yeah, then also Quartz is a realistic option too. Yeah, I think it's just stunning the Arrestor stack and hoping that there's no other out. Now he just plays a dual tamer. That's all he can do. Says if you got it, you got it. Check a Sorai, save me. Blue flares out to a Quartzmon. You just swing. And you don't restand. You just swing. I don't think there's really much else you can do to play around Quartz. It slows you down, but it doesn't like a lockout game. There's a Quartz there, so he knows he has it. He probably has overflowing power here to guarantee it. Yeah, he's just going to say, I'm going to go for 2 checks. If I get it, I get it. That's game. Superior mode, end of turn, or Gumdra takes it. That is our circuit finals. Yeah, Death X is a potential out too. But that being said, folks, thank you so much for hopping in for my Season 2 circuit finals. I hope you enjoyed it today. It was a lot of fun hosting y'all. And with that being said, we have our circuit winner. V Passion takes it in the finals in Game 3. Congratulations to everyone who played today. And if you haven't yet, I'll be shooting an announcement to say DM me your information for prizing, and I will get it handled with y'all. But with that being said, take care.